Lady MECs, all permanent and special delegates present. Let us start by observing a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Let me also acknowledge the Chief Whip of the NCOP, the House Chairpersons, and other members present, Salga included. Today we are going to have a very important discussion and feedback, like we have already said in different debates and discussions over the few days, that there is currently a situation that is unfolding in our country that need all of us to focus and to make sure that we work coherently and collectively to begin to address issues of safety of our young girls and our mothers and our sisters, as well as South Africans in general. So without much further ado, I will then now call on Honorable Mr. A.N. Masondo, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to do some opening remarks before we continue with the program. Over to you, Chairperson. Chairperson, can you unmute yourself, please? Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much. Greetings to everyone. Program Director, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, NCOP House Chairpersons, Honorable Winnie Ngwenya and Honorable Jomo Nyambi, Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Honorable Kwede Mantash, the Minister of Police, Honorable Begi Tele, Minister of Home Affairs, Honorable Aaron Mtwaledi, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Seiso Mohai, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates, Honorable MECs, Salga Representative Councillor Jongi Sizwe Zabati, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, I would like to start by extending a word of appreciation to you for the opportunity to make these opening remarks on this occasion of the ministerial briefing session on illegal mining, otherwise known as the Zamas. Illegal mining, with its attendant lawlessness, is not a new phenomenon in South Africa. It is often associated with abandoned mines, which are somewhat a common feature in our country. However, the gang rape of 8 women by heavily armed men about 2 weeks ago at an abandoned mine dump at West Village in Kruger's Mukhale City has led to a national outcry over this form of illegal trade. The brutal incident of the rape of women was followed by the spread of retaliatory acts of violence, especially from members of the Kagiso community who accused illegal miners of terrorizing the community of Kagiso and residential areas adjacent to the mine dumps across the West Rand areas. Today's ministerial briefing session seeks to look at the measures employed by the different spheres of government to address the challenge of illegal mining and the manifestation of criminality and violence in areas affected by illegal mining activities. The dangers of illegal mining begin with the risk to the health, safety, and lives of the illegal miners themselves. Their operations, which involve the entering and working in mostly abandoned and sometimes operating shafts and traveling several kilometers underground for several days at a time, and are carried out under dangerous conditions. It has been established that sometimes the illegal miners take their children and women with these precarious expeditions. The use of explosives during the operation adds to the significant risk to human lives and the environment that is associated with this enterprise. According to the Minerals Council of South Africa, illegal mining has become an unprecedented crisis for the legitimate mining industry, as well as especially the mines that are in hotspots or sensitive areas. They say that attacks on legitimate mining operations are being handled with military-like precision by highly skilled, highly trained, and heavily armed groups. The view of the Minerals Council is that as much as the focus of illegal mining has been on abandoned and derelict mines or shafts that are no longer in use, there are instances where the brazenness is to such an extent that there are attempts to take over existing operations. In an article published in this year's June edition of Mining Weekly, they cite that a recent example of the violence meted out on mining sites include an armed attack on a harmonic gold operation earlier this year, as well as a 4-hour-long assault at Sibanye Stillwater Cook Shaft, where 150 men attacked the mine security using an assortment of heavy weapons, including AK-47s, R1s, R4s, and R5s, and 9mm pistols. This reveals that illegal mining is not only a danger to the lives and limbs of the operators and the people who are caught in the crossfire, but also a serious act of economic sabotage. It is estimated that billions of rands worth of minerals are lost in South Africa to illegal operators, denying the state the much needed revenue while creating an incentive for the growth of illegal artisanal mining industry. Program Director, the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act of 2022 was crafted and developed in order to provide for equitable access to and sustainable development of the nation's mineral and petroleum resources. The legislation affirms the state's obligation to protect the environment for the benefit of present and future generations, to ensure ecologically sustainable development of mineral and petroleum resources, and to promote economic and social development. The legislation gave hope to South Africans who were previously denied opportunities to participate in mining operations to be able to enter the industry through small-scale mining. However, illegal mining activities undermine such attempts by government to ensure that the extraction of minerals is done in a manner that promotes the well-being of the citizens. In this regard, we note the publishing by the Minister of Mineral Resources in March this year of the artisanal and small-scale mining policy for implementation. The policy which highlights some of the weaknesses in the current legislation seeks to foster the creation It seeks to foster the creation of formalized artisanal and small-scale mining industry that can operate optimally in a sustainable manner while contributing to the economy in the form of taxes and royalties and through job creation and for the elimination of illegal operations. Dealing with illegal mining will also require that we continue to strengthen our capacity to manage our borders as illegal immigrants are contributors to the surge of the Zamas. The unveiling of the first 200 Border Management Authority border guards by the Minister of Home Affairs last month is indeed a step in the right direction. This follows the passing of legislation establishing the Border Management Authority by Parliament in 2020 to ensure an integrated and coordinated border management in accordance with the Constitution as well as international and domestic law. Program Director, the immediate arrest of the suspects following the cause of gang rape incident and the continued arrest of scores of people involved in illegal mining activities in the area and elsewhere is commendable. We would like to see the police continue to intensify their operations to root out illegal miners and associated criminality, and for the justice system to ensure that criminals are dealt with accordingly. We understand the anger and frustration of the communities that are victims of atrocities allegedly meted out by illegal mining operators, that their constitutional right to freedom and security is being violated. We applaud them for their courage in fighting criminality, but appeal that in doing so, they should at all times work with the law enforcement agencies. As public representatives, we have the duty to oversee the actions of the government so that at all times, government acts in a manner that puts the interests of the people first. As such, we ought to interact with the people more and understand the challenges that they experience with regard to the provision of public services and how this could be addressed. In this way, people may not lose their confidence in the democratic system. In conclusion, today's ministerial briefing session seeks to focus our attention on the measures employed by the different spheres of government to address the challenge of illegal mining and associated criminality and the violence in areas affected by illegal mining activities. Illegal mining is not a new phenomenon. And it's very, very important that here we should revert to the story of Banat and Cecil Rhodes in the diamond and gold mining, as well as the arrival from the 1870s up to World War I, which speaks volumes. Any student of history will know this. Clashes over scarce resources, conflict over land, rivalry between the Dutch and the British populations on control over land, etc. Government has taken steps to facilitate equitable access to and sustainable development of the nation's mineral resources. However, the continued prevalence of illegal mining activities and their increasing social and economic impacts require our concerted effort. Once again, Program Director, let me take this opportunity to appreciate the opportunity that has been given to me to make these opening remarks. I'm looking forward to an informative and indeed interactive session. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. With that said, we want to welcome all of you there now to this very important session after the Chairperson have so aptly actually set the tone for the discussions of today. And with that said, we will now continue with our program, and we will now request the Honorable, the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Honorable Samson Gwede-Mantashe, to continue with his presentation on this specific issue. Honorable Mantashe, it's over to you.
Okay.
Can you please unmute yourself? Thank you.
Yes, I'm unmuting myself. I've unmuted myself. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the session, Chairperson of the NCOP, the Chief Whip, honorable members, colleagues, ministers present here, MSs, and representative of the various provinces. I am told we also have representative of local government. Thank you very much, for this opportunity. The incident in Krugerstop really raised a sharp focus on the issue of illegal mining. But it is always important to remember that it is not area-based, it's a national problem. Just remind members a few incidents. I don't know if members still remember that 2 years ago, we were dealing with the death of 17 illegal miners who died in Glissacola, having gone underground to steal cables and copper and fire burst, and 17 illegal miners died. At that time, not much noise was heard. There's a series of deaths that have happened in Orkney, Klerksdorp area of illegal miners. A month ago, 95 illegal miners were trapped underground in Orkney, and 5 additional illegal miners died in the incident. It was not there was no big noise about it. Welcome is another hotspot. Westland is spreading to Carltonville now. Therefore, it is for this reason that we always emphasize that illegal mining, one, is not a mining activity, but a criminal activity outright. And that's why we never want to link artisanal mining program to illegal mining. It's not the same. Number 2, it is an economic sabotage and a war on our economy. That's why we have always emphasized that this is a war. It requires a specialized unit to deal with it as such. I'm hoping that those discussions with the Minister of Police colleague will be concluded sooner than later, so that we have a focused team dealing with illegal mining. The published statistic of the United Nations in 2019 estimated the leakage to the economy at about 41 billion rand. So it's a big industry driven by internationally known syndicates. Artisanal mining is a different program which is aimed at skilling miners to mine sterilized deposits, because big mines have a tendency of sterilizing a lot of deposits. So artisanal mining means hammer and shovel and chisel mining sterilized mineral deposits, low deposit, no concentrated, no high grades, low grades of mining. When the incident happened in Krugerstop, we were put under pressure as a department, we're still under, to say give this to communities and let them mine it and so forth. And our attitude was that let us relax, deal with it systematically. One of it is that a budget for ownerless and derelict mines is 140 million rand per annum. I've read in the papers about 50 billion visitors. I know that we're getting 140 million rand per annum, and it deals with all mines, including asbestos mines. In the last year, 3 asbestos mines were closed, 40 holdings were closed. The polluter pays make provision, but that provision is not money in the bank, is bank guarantees by operational mines, is cash deposits by operational mines, is trust. They are all accessed at the end of the mining life. Over the last 3 years, which is a cycle that we have used, 135 holes were closed in the Witwatersrand and other areas. We'll bring them down. In the Western alone, 52 were closed. In terms of our statistics, 26 holes are outstanding. At the rate we are going, it is going to take us 17 years to close the known holes. Mine dumps are not up there for free. The National Council of Provinces, remember, Atakwa mine case in the Northern Cape, where the department tried to get into that mine for rehabilitation. The judgment was dumps on private land. The DMRE has no jurisdiction. Owners is to give consent for any work done. We have an example of that where Harmony has given us consent in the Western. And therefore, the Krugersdorp dumps, a company from Krugersdorp called Mukhale Gold Mine, which was part of Minkay, was given a license to actually process those dumps. It got liquidated. And Mukhale Gold, that is Minkay's, went and it was liquidated. Mukhale Gold is on business rescue. Pan-African Resources is trying to acquire Mukhale Gold, and it goes with a liability of 300 million rand, which should be part of the deal. Mintech, which is conducted to deal with this issue, has broken down the work that is being done into batches. The batches that are the batch one is covers Roodepoort, Crown Mines, Benoni, and Brakpan. Batch 2 covers Krugersdorp, Randfontein, Benoni, Brakpan, Nigel, and Roodepoort. Batch 3 covers Krugersdorp, City Deep, Crown Mines, and Chemistry. Batch 4 covers Krugersdorp, City Deep, and Roodepoort. Batch 5 covers Benoni, Chemistry, Soweto, and Niger. And batch 6 covers Magaliesberg and Brakpan. Batch 7 covers Langlaagte, which covers Zamimpilo informal settlement. And that is the last batch, which is batch number 7. All those batches are attended to in the program by MINDEC. So if you take the number of holdings that are there, is that cluster 1 is 43 holes, cluster 2, 44, cluster 3 covers Krugersdorp sub number 1 and Krugersdorp sub number 4. And cluster 5, Benoni shaft 1, Benoni shaft 2, Benoni shaft 5. And you can go on and list them. What I want to suggest, Honorable Chair, is that it would be important to take time, go with the project team, do an inspection in local, check the holdings that have been closed and what is outstanding. It would give the National Council of Provinces a better picture of what is happening. Rather than say that nothing is being done. There's a lot done. Over the last 3 years, 135 holes were closed, and there are still outstanding holes. I think I must stop there, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'm just reminding you, since you are from the Northern Cape, we will then now continue, and we will call on the Minister, Becky Kaile, the Minister of Police. To you, Honorable Minister.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, the rest of the people that are present here. Chairperson, as it has been said by my counterparts, that the attack on women and men that were at a Krugersdorp on the 28th July has heightened the understanding and more noise about the illegal mine known as Zamas. Is not a new phenomenon at all, to such an extent, Chairperson, that in the year 2019, in July, the first special task team was formed in Free State that had to respond to the criminality that was taking place at Velkom. Velkom, they would not just go and do mining, but they would divert electricity supply and water supply to their activities rather than the communities. Since then, the team was formed on July 1919. We have been calling that Operation Lockdown. The team is still there, is moving around Free State when there are problems. The issue of Zamas is not just Gauteng only, but it deals with former Transvaal provinces. That would be Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Northwest. That will add Free State and in a minimal the Northern Cape. They would argue that it's caused by unemployment of people that are unemployed, seeking job opportunities, but in essence, it is run by syndicates, and those syndicates they are putting a lot of criminal activities around those activities. Usually it follows abandoned mines and property, and then especially when it is left unrehabilitated. Mining sector has inability to ensure adequate security deployment as to save the costs. Chairperson, maybe going back to the West Rand at the present moment, which is the epicenter of these activities, and where the communities together with the law enforcement and the private security companies have put the extra effort in dealing with the matter. As it has been said, that it was after the abuse of the crew of people that were there for the music video. There were 22 people, 10 men and 12 women. Those women, Chairperson, 8 of them were raped, ranging the age between 19 and 35. One can say, Chair, we managed to visit some families, and we've managed to meet personally these young abused women. So we had to respond on this one as the state, and the special task multidisciplinary team was put
up to this point, Chairperson, about 350 illegal miners have been arrested. Almost all will be foreign nationals, basically Basotho, Zimbabweans, Malawians, and Mozambicans. But the main story remain those people that have attacked, raped, abused, and hurt the crew that was there. Chairperson, we are glad to report that we have covered some ground on that. Yesterday, 7 of these people were charged by the court of law for having raped the women, robbery, and some stuff has been found to them. Today, another 7 is charged, so there are 14 altogether that have been charged now, coming direct to getting involved in raping these young women. They've been positively identified, Chairperson. All 14 of them, they've been identified by 7. Now we continue to work on the DNA to further scientifically link link women and link them and the rape of the women. But also the communities, having seen that there's these activities by the police, themselves got agitated and tried to put the law or take the law on their hands, especially in Kagiso, West Village, the Mahleking in Randfontein, and Bekkelstar. The law enforcement, the police and private security and the metro have worked closely with communities. Chairperson, I would want to separate this because there is a big issue and big noise about police not doing work. What has happened here, communities will complain mostly about the local stations. When it comes to the response to the Zamas, it would be the special forces that are sent there, mainly the forces that are helping us. There is TRT that is responding on that, generally known as Amabaret. In some other activities, we have sent a very minimum power of the special task force. The results of arresting these people has come from there. As this response is happening, Chairperson, is happening simultaneously with the investigations that are continuing by the DPCI, the Hawks, on a more sophisticated way, because as you arrest these people, usually from the ground, they look dusty, they look dirty, nothing is gold around them. Therefore, it is important that the law enforcement and the justice cluster across the system, they found out who consumes this part of gold, as the minister said, that it might be 41 billion. Who consumes that, this illicit gained, illegally gained wealth? So the DPC, which is Hawks, are really looking at that as an economic sabotage, and the following to get the bosses up there. We have sat down and we say we do need to find out and find these people and bring them to book, Chairperson. Those operations by the Directorate, which is the DPCI, are continuing, Chairperson. This incident has made people to think and ask the questions, where have been the law enforcement before the West Rand issues? I have said that the first team was put on July 2019, which means it's not very true that the state and the law enforcement have not doing anything before the West Rand. But before, even beyond that, Chairperson, since April last year, 4,675 suspected Zamas have been arrested through this multidisciplinary led by the Hawks, by the Directorate, the Visible Policing Detectives, and other law enforcement. Again, that dispel the claim to say the police and law enforcement have only reacted because of the West Rand incidents. These operations have been going all the time. We agree with the Minister Mantashe. We'll have to, as we have started, create more specialized units to work on this. But Chair, I would love to say that these activities have consumed a lot of work power, of a person power of the police, which, by the way, we have a lot of shortage on it. So we regard it as temporal kind of response. This closing, as the Minister says, started, the rehabilitation will help that in the medium and long term we'll have to withdraw the law enforcement personnel and send them to the crime prevention activities where people are. But for now, we are there, and we do want to put all the effort with an understanding that it can't be a permanent phenomenon, that we unleash this police and this personnel over there. Some communities, not all of them, some are more vocal than others, Chair. Some communities have called for the deployment, especially in Kagiso, in Mohlakeng, in West Village, they have not called for the deployment of the SANDF. And we believe that it will be premature. The police, with the level of their capabilities, are handling the situation together with the private security and other law enforcement like metros. So we are monitoring that. So it's a process to get the members of the SANDF. We are in constant contact with the Minister of Defense, monitoring the situation. It's unfortunate that there's been the noise about defense, getting ready and all that. That was never sanctioned where it's supposed to be sanctioned from the ministerial level and presidential level. As you know, that at the end of the day, a person who deploys the army is a president. So some spokesperson from defense just unleashed what they thought they would say without even the sanction of the minister. So it has created some confusion of the standby and all. There is no such thing, Chairperson, up to this point. And indeed, there is nothing to panic in terms of the police handling the situation. And these operations are continuing. 2 days ago, we were more in Mhlakeng, even on 2 days, 57 more people were arrested, working with the community of Mhlakeng. The mayor there, Mayor Nkosi, was very appreciative of the police working together with community. West Village, the community today, the representatives of the community, they've said the life has changed. They see people jogging, they see kids walking to school and all that. So there is work that is going on. One more issue that would like to raise, Chairperson, here. President twice in the SONA has called for the policing embedded and working together with the communities. In Bekestar, we encountered something different. Police were pelted by the community, and the community was defending Zamas, saying Zamas, bayabondla, they give them the good money and all that. So that calls, therefore, that the structures just beyond the police will have to be part of dealing with those matters. Maybe deviate a little bit, Chairperson. It is important that all of us, parliamentarians, NCOP, and the political structures, we work with the communities so that we don't allow communities to be consumed and to be taken over by criminals. In Western Cape, a young man of 30 years was arrested with about 19 dead bodies as he charged with. But after he has been arrested, the community around there marched demanding that the police release that person, calling on the Minister of Police to release that person. So it's important that communities are protected, communities work with the structures to be part of fighting crime rather than consumed by the crime. We hope that the NPA will help us to process these people. We hope that as we are working with Home Affairs, that these people will be taken back where they belong. One worrying element, Chairperson, we find quite young people that are Zamas. Some, as you look at them, we have no evidence of that. They look 14, they look 15, which means there is some element of human trafficking of those young people. Ask them where they come from, they say they come from Maputo. Definitely from Maputo, there is nobody, there is no 14-year-old that knows that there is a town called Krugersdorp. So somebody in an organized way would have brought them there. They are armed, that's why there are preparations, that's why our highly skilled units like the National Intervention Unit, the Special Task Force, they are continuing to deal with those issues to make sure that these Zamas are neutralized as economic sabotage, as criminality, but also as working and protecting the communities. Chair, we would like to end there for now, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister General Bekitele, for that briefing that is bringing in several dimensions within the whole area of discussion that we are busy with. We have received a notice that the Honorable, the Minister Motsoaledi might be late. I don't know whether he have already joined us. He was supposed to go to the committee at the National Assembly. I don't know whether he have already joined us, Honorable Motsoaledi. If he's not on the platform, I think we will allow now for interaction with the two presentations that we had, and we request members to by show of hand, by raising hand.
Deputy Chair.
Yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm listening.
There was a communication from the minister that in an event he's not here, the deputy minister, Zuza, will be able to represent the department's view and work in progress regarding these matters. So I'll ask if you can check whether the deputy minister is already logged in. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. If the Deputy Minister and Zuza is on the platform, then we will allow him to continue with the presentation as indicated by the Chief Whip. Deputy Minister, you can just indicate whether you are here. I don't pick you up on the list of attendees. It doesn't seem as if the Deputy Minister is there. So let us continue with the program, Chief Whip.
Thanks.
I think we can come back.
That's even odd. Thanks.
Yes. So we will immediately, honorable members, if you can indicate so that I can just see how I make sure that we accommodate everyone as representative as possible. For the current moment, we will go to Honorable W. Okam to open the discussion. Honorable Okam.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, my question is to the Honourable Minister of Police, Minister Chele. Honourable Minister Chele, you are on record saying that one of the rape victims was lucky, I repeat, lucky, to be raped by only one man. Your insensitive and cruel remarks were unbecoming and unworthy of the Minister of Police. The brutality cannot be minimalized. Will you today apologize to the victim and to all rape victims? Or will you, in your, again arrogantly, tell me to shut up because you do not like the question that I'm asking? Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
The next will be Honourable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Ministers, your responses or your introductions today don't seem to indicate that you have much understanding of the depth of anger that South Africans have for the slow decline that we've had into lawlessness. But Minister Mantashe, on the 12th of May, 2021, you spoke about those miners that were trapped underground. And we had a sitting in the House, and I asked you a question in this very House. I asked what you and your department were doing about Zama miners because of the threats that they pose to themselves, to emergency services, and to their neighboring communities. I have the video if you need reminding. Minister, you dismissed the question, much like you said today, by saying that this is not a mining issue, it's a police problem. And you mentioned that you'd unsuccessfully proposed the establishment of a task team. So Cabinet has in fact failed us. So I now have a question for each of the two ministers. Minister Chele, you must please tell us why Sapps has refused to set up a specific task team to deal with Zama miners. You've spoken about Amabarete going in from time to time. They've also got other work. Why are there not specific units in place anymore to deal with issues like specialized issues like Zama mining? Now to Minister Mantashe. Minister, you can't just say this is not a mining issue. Your department has got a definite role to play. As mining companies close down and withdraw from areas, your department has a duty to South Africa to make sure that their withdrawal is done in a sustainable, responsible, environmentally friendly, and a comprehensive manner. Why has your department failed to do this, Minister, in spite of the warnings that you've been given? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ryder. I will now give to Honourable Mahlangu. Honourable Mahlangu.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Let me take the opportunity also to welcome and appreciate the presentation from the two departments. My question, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, is directed to Minister Mantashe. And it's that as the Department of Mineral Resource and Energy, do you as a department have a concrete plan to save the mines that are facing difficulties or on the brink of collapse, facing, considering that the Zamas can use the underground of these mines to access active mines. So they get into the mines that are no more active or inactive, but that can flow into the active mines. Do you have a plan to as a department, to stop that? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
I just want to indicate to the ministers that they will have to request assistance from their staff to write down, because we will take all the questions. Then now we are going to continue, and we will call on the Honourable Nana to continue for the questioning.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. You know, my question is directed to the Minister of Police. Ndosi, for quite a while, I have been giving you a benefit of doubt when people were saying you're out of touch with your department. in the response we have just given today, I actually do believe them now. For instance, you say people in West Rand, when they're complaining about the police inaction, it's actually a misplaced complaint. People from West Rand, from what I could gather, they're not complaining necessarily about Zamas and the activities in the closed mines. Their problem is Zamas who are tormenting them in their communities. They rape, they kill, they do everything in their communities. So for you to suggest that these complaints are unfounded really confirms that you're out of touch with your department. Now, my question is, Ndosi, will you today unequivocally undertake to make more policing available to ensure that these Zamas are arrested and proper investigations are done, irrespective of their nationality, and to further undertake that policing will be made available in all other areas where illegal mining is taking place, like Pilgrim Rest in Mpumalanga? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. We will continue and we will now call on Honorable Nchabaleng for his question.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. I wonder where Honorable Nana was when the minister was making his presentation, because he made it categorically clear that the problems is with Zamas and in relation to their interaction with communities, which is not necessarily the ideal situation.
I was listening.
Honorable Minister,
Allow Honorable Nana.
illegal mining in South Africa is prevalent and requires interdepartmental coordination. And the prevailing silos in departments have and continue to hamper the government's proactiveness and ability to successfully address illegal mining. In what ways, if any, has the DMRE attempted to collaborate with other departments to ensure that illegal mining does not run against the objectives of economic growth, inclusive development, and job creation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nchabaleng. Next will be Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and good morning to all the ministers. My question is directed to the Minister of Police. Minister, we 2 days ago celebrated Women's Day, but to be honest, women do not have much to celebrate. They go through two traumas. One is the trauma of rape, and the second trauma is when they try and open a case at the police stations. It is shocking to see how they are treated. But my question to you is, Minister, you stated earlier on in your opening remarks that you have visited some of these victims, and I would like to know from you, when will you take time off from your duties to visit the other women, as they also need the assurance that you have absolute empathy with the situation that they find themselves in. And then I would also like to know from you whether proper counseling has been made available without placing any time limits on these individuals, as each person has a different healing process. And will you ensure that the state pays for it? Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Bartlett, you are the next. Honorable Bartlett.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Good morning to Honorable Minister. My question, Deputy Chair, is directed to the Minister of Police. Honorable Minister, I just want to find out, is there a relationship between illegal miners and legitimate miners in the supply of food and other supplies? This part of the legal mining, or are they part of the activities? And my next question, Honorable Minister, what is the role of recruitment agencies and private companies contracted to the miners and the illegal mining activities? the one who are contracted. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. The next will be Honorable Sileku. Honorable Sileku. If Sileku is not there, let us continue and call on Honorable Nkosi.
Good morning.
Are you there, Honorable Sileku? Honorable
Good morning to both ministers, and thank you for the presentation. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You may continue. Thank you. Unmute properly, Honorable Sileku. Honorable Sileku. It seems as if you've got a problem, or do I have a problem? Are you there now? Nana?
No, it's Mlindi Nana. I can stand in for him, or you can come back to me.
No, I will come back to him. I will come back to him. There is still a few questions that need to be asked. So we will continue with Honorable Nkosi. He can just indicate when he's on the platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I've got two questions direct to the Honorable Minister. My first question is whether illegal mining linked to transitional crimes, and is there cooperation with other countries in this regard? The other question is, there are allegations of police involvement in illegal mining in the form of bribery and being complicit in the crime, as some community members alleged. What is the view of the police on these allegations, Honorable Minister? Thank you.
So your question is to the Minister of Police or to both? Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi. Okay, let me continue. I will now call on Honorable Labuschagne if Honorable Sileku is not yet back. Honorable Labuschagne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Ministers and everybody else. My question is to the Minister of Police, Minister Chelly. You were quoted in the press as saying the Hawks must assist in arresting the Zama ringleaders. We need to find the ultimate route, destination of illegal mining. If we arrest these bosses, we will end the entire operation. End the quote. This was within the context of the recent Krugerrand West Rand incident. Ministers, as you've already said, Zamas and the illegal mining activities created a well-established informally illegal trade network, well known to most of the public, as well as us sitting in this plenary. In fact, on 13th of October 2016, we had a debate here in the NCOP, and the theme was advancing our collective effort to put an end to illegal mining. No wonder the public out there do not trust police, neither politicians, as since 2016, there is no proof that any effort has been made. My questions are, why does it have to take a devious and monstrous act like a gang rape of a group of young women for Sapps to wake up and promise to act on illegal mining in our country? And Minister, why don't we have a specialized unit yet? And that might follow up. Another question on that is, will Sapps now also urgently address the DNA backlog of 150,000 issued to tend to hundreds of other women's rape cases that have been waiting for more than a year or more? And what is the time frame for addressing the DNA issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Labuschagne. We will continue and we will call on Honorable Sileku once again.
Voorzitter, kan u my hoor?
Ek kan u nou hoor, meneer, en u mag voortgaan.
Baie dankie vir die geleentheid. I'm not going to do anything. I'll just go straight to my question. Minister, Minister Ndosi, you have mentioned about the different task teams that has been deployed in this area. to flush out all the undesirable elements in this area. What I did not hear is whether, your effort has been successful, in flushing out all these undesirable elements in these particular areas. Furthermore, Minister, when will you ensure that not only the full Sapps clean up in the West Rand, but a full clean up of all Sapps throughout the country, as all communities are prisoners of crime and ruthless criminals who keep on acting with impunity? What is the broader security plan, Minister Cele, that you and your government is working on to tackle the whole value chain of illicit mining and its beneficiaries? Or is this once again the establishment of another committee without anything? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sileko. We will now go to Honorable Modise. TC Modise Tebogo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Let me greet the Honorable Ministers, the Chairperson of NCOP. Let me welcome both presentation from the ministers. My questions it's to the Minister of Mineral Resource and Energy. Minister, can you please kindly explain the negative impact of illegal mining on the sector and the economy, including the impact of illicity?
Africa wants to do an interview with my
Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Modise.
Honorable adjunct voorzitter op een punt van orde.
Ja, gaan voort.
Ja, die spreker is onderste bo en ek sukkel om aan die gesig te kyk.
Is dit rarige orde? Verskoon my tog asseblief. Ek het Honorable Seleko, Honorable Modise. In any case, they will make sure that they put your photo up, right up. But can you please continue with your engagement with the ministers, please?
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Can the Minister kindly explain the negative impact of illegal mining on the sector and the economy, including the impact of illicit precious mineral trading on the country? That's my first question. The second question, Honorable Minister Ramandash. Although illegal mining is associated with illegal or legal foreigners nationals, the uncomfortable truth is that illegal mining is prevalent in the mining communities where social and labor plans, the mining charter, and the mineral beneficiations policies have been less impact on poverty, inequality, unemployment, thus leaving the indigenous community resident vulnerable to participate in illegal mining. How will the Department of DMRE monitor the implementation of these policies in the manner that impact positively on the poverty, inequality, and unemployment? Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. We will now give to Honorable Brotherset.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the question is to Minister Mantashe. Minister Mantashe, South Africa noted with great concern that you refused to attend the televised debate and interview by JJ Tabani on ENCA. In fact, even the Shut Up Minister, Cele, was in attendance. Noting the justified outrage on this matter and his responsibility to the public, it must have been a very important engagement
that kept Minister Cele and his deputy from attending and from accounting to South Africans. So, Minister, what were you busy with that evening? Thank you.
Honorable Brother said, thank you. Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you.
Someone is not muting. Can you please mute? Honorable Ndongeni. Unmute, Ndongeni. Unmute. Honorable Ndongeni. I just saw you now. Whilst we are struggling, can we go to Honorable Fasser? Honorable Deputy Minister, I will take you just after the questions, then I will take your presentation. Honorable Fasser.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
You are now. You are now.
Thank you.
You are now. You may continue.
Thank you. To the Minister of Police, Honorable Cele, whether as he is accountable for the collapse in the South African Police Service, he will take any actions to restore South Africa as a country endemically infected with cancer of criminality, considering he do not have enough police officers and no active reservists. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Fasser. Honorable Ndongeni, are you not yet there? Then we will continue and we will call on Honorable Malika.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I've got two questions directed to the Minister of Police. My first question, Minister, in the past, the Sapps had diamond and precious metal branches and was receiving funding from the mining industry. Is this branch still in operation and does it receive support from the mining industry? My last question, what is the role of the CPF in dealing with illegal mining? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika. I will just once again call on Honorable Ndongeni. If she's not yet available, we will go to Honorable Bayer-Smith, CF Bayer-Smith.
Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Just a moment, Honorable Smith. Honorable Ndongeni, can I allow you after Honorable Smith, please?
No, Chair, I'm not asking any questions. I'm sure it's a mistake.
Okay. No, then it's fine. We will continue. Thank you for coming back because I saw you in the first round of hands. Okay. Honorable Bayer-Smith, sorry for that. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Am I audible?
Hi, sis.
You are. You are.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, my question is twofold related to both the Minister of Police and the Minister of...
Can you please
can I be protected?
mute Honorable Ndongeni? Sorry, Honorable Smith, but she's now speaking. Honorable...
Can I continue, Chair?
I'm sorry, someone decided to mute me instead of Honorable Ndongeni. Can you imagine? Sorry, Honorable Smith, I'm really sorry for that.
No problem, Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, let me just start again. My question is twofold. It relates to both the Minister of Police and the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. Ministers, in terms of the illegal mining in the Greater Tubatse area around Burgersfort, where these syndicates, and quite violent syndicates, in fact, are moving around, and they're building big places around, big houses. They are well known amongst community there.
And they even brag on how much money they make out of this illegal mining that they operate around there, and how they take their stock to City Deep and all of that. My question, ministers, is what is being done to make sure that this actually is attended to, and how does the police or the security cluster form part of this program to make sure that we attend to these individuals? Because it is big syndicates, crime syndicates that's operating this. And then they are using poor South Africans to do the dirty work for them, and they're walking away with all the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bayer Smith. We will now go to Honorable Lihihi. Honorable Lihihi.
Chairperson. Potso me ke latelang. Ka mo sorry ba ba botlhe bang ba bone ba tshwere ntle le melato ya petelelo. Ka jalo ne ke botsa go ba mola o tlile go dira jang ka bone. A ba tlile go busediwa kwa ba tswang kgotsa ba tlile go bona molato ka ntlha ya gore ka ntlha go tlhoka dipampiri tsa mo South Africa. Ke a leboga Modesti.
Thank you, Honorable Lee. We will give now to Honorable Ngwenya.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair, for the resources, for making sure that Chair.
Honorable Ngwenya, yes.
Thanks, Chairperson. The government has set up the National Coordination Strategy Management Team to address pressing issues in the mining industry, including the Zama problem. While we appreciate the effort of the government to deal with this issue, currently events indicate that there is a problem which requires the attention of the government. Now, Chair, my question is, what is DMRE doing as far as the current issue in concern so that the National Coordination Strategic Management Team can respond quickly to involving and emerging issues like the Zamas problem? Ngiyabonga, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngwenya. We will now go to Honorable Christians. Honorable Christians, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. My question is to Minister Gwedi Mintashe. Minister, in the 5th Parliament, the issue of rehabilitation of mines, as well as addressing derelict mines, was serious enough to be prioritized as a KPA. It also forms part of the existing legal framework of your department. Now, Minister, why does it have to take one of our long-standing and most ignored social issues like rape to call your attention to the rehabilitation of mines that should have been done as part of the normal functions of your department? And secondly, how many times in the West Rand are not rehabilitated? How many mines in the West Rand are not rehabilitated according to the prescribed legal framework? And what is the time frame for completion of this now? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Christians, it will now be Honorable Makause. Honorable Makause.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, with all these concerns raised on the issue of DNA delays, the failure of your department to resolve on this issue clearly shows actions of sabotage on victims of these crimes. On this specific matter, Minister, when will these DNA results be released? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makause. We will now give to Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Na ke batla go botsa gore go na le Zama tsa batho ba ba sweu ko Bauba mine ko Rustenburg. A go batlagala gore di-mine tseo ka gobane ga di comply di minela fela setho Setswana ga gona dipampiri tsa gore di a mine and e kile ka e reporta hangata even to the minister wa tsiba ka yone gore mine tseo ga di comply go tshwanetse go etsiwe jwang gore bone ba o ka gore bone ba berekisa di-trucka tse dikgolo tsa go mine ba rekisa dio tsa mo Northwest mo ba e panteng go tshwanetse go etsiwe yang gore bone le bone ba tshwarwe go emisiwe ntho e tsagalang ya go mine mo lefatsheng ba sena dipampiri. Ke a leboga Chair.
Ke a leboga ntate. We will now call on Honorable Hassan, Fasina Hassan.
Thank you, Chairperson. All right. Honorable Fasina Hassan from the Gauteng Legislature. I just have two questions that are actually posed to all of the ministers who are before us. The first is, in our oversight and in our constituency community work, we came across a school of Wedela Technical High School, which is actually on the West Strand, where we've seen major unrest and major issues, both with Zamas and with violence. And one of the things that came out of that community work was that the school children, the principals, the teachers, are currently being harassed by Zamas who are stealing different parts and elements within the school. That's the light bulbs, to use mercury, etc., to refine what it is that they are mining, but also around the lack of safety and the fact that the police officers themselves have a fear of these Zamas. What are we doing to really assist the police force, work with the CPFs, but more importantly, protect children in schools who have quite openly said they are being harassed by these Zamas? And the second question is really around partnerships with private sector mining companies. For example, this particular mine, there's one behind it which is currently owned by Harmony Gold and it's unused. What are the partnerships with private sector mining companies to collapse or close off unused mines to prevent Zamas from operating in illegal spaces? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fasina Hassan. Honorable Arnolds, you will be the next. Honorable Arnolds.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is for Minister Mantasi. Now, Minister Mantasi has mentioned, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, that about the international syndicates involved in illegal mining in South Africa. Now, can we connect the dots here, Minister, when it is reported that the majority of illicit gold is exported to Dubai? That is my question for Minister Mantasi. Thank you.
Good question.
Thank you, Honorable Arnold. We will now call on Honorable Lutuli. Lutuli, it's over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Umbuzo wami uya kuMinister wamaphoyisa uBaba Undosi. Baba Undosi, siyaqonda ukuthi lento yokumayina or kwalaba abambayo imayini ngongekho emthethweni kuyinto endala futhi ekade yaqala and ebeka impilo zabo zibe sengcupheni iphinde ibeke ngisho nempilo zomphakathi engcupheni. Kungani lezi mayini ngoba ziyaziwa amaphoyisa angenza umsebenzi wawo ukuthi akwazi ukuthi ayoyivala noma ayigade noma mhlambe ivese umnyango wakho unabantu vese abangazi ukuthi kumele benzeni. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Lutuli. The next will be Honorable Gillian.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Let me also welcome the two ministers' input, and I've got two questions to the Minister of Police. So, Minister, I just want to know if you can give us a progress or update on the West Rand incident thus far. And then secondly, Minister, has the profiling of illegal mining and its modus operandi been undertaken by the police? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, just a question it seems like there's no interpretation working today. If maybe it can be sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. I think you take note. I also saw in the chat room that people have been asking about interpretation. We will appreciate if that can be addressed. And then now we will continue, and I will call on Honorable Molitsane to continue. Honorable Molitsane.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. My question goes to Minister Kaele. Minister, I heard you talking boldly about the team formed in Velkom to fight illegal mining. The illegal mining is still rife in Velkom and around towns around Velkom. Minister, are you willing to fight illegal mining in Velkom and around Velkom? If yes, why is illegal mining still rife to date in Velkom? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Apleni. We will now go to Honorable Mamu Robela from Limpopo to continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would want to say maybe perhaps the two ministers might want to do the operation that the Minister of Transport is doing, Vala Zonke, because I'm saying this, in Limpopo, you've got criminals that are mining around the area of Kiani and the Malamulele area. And then the chiefs around those sides, they've been talking to the police for a long time now to say there are these people, when they tell them to leave around those areas, they scared them. You know, they're even threatening their families. So what happened is this, now you're on a stage that the chiefs and the community, they just leave those people to do whatever that they're doing. And these things, it also collaborated with crimes that they're performing. I think you must also go and look into that line that I'm talking about. There are illegal mining there in the line of Kiani and Malamulele. And also, it also promoting the, you know, if I can tell you today, Minister, that within 3 days, around the area of Ilimentendo, they took around 30 cars. It's a very serious matter. And anyone that is reversing from their house, if you are driving a buggy, they just come in and take your buggy. And because they feel it's free, there is no law around that area according to them. There's nobody that can do anything to them, because some of them, they will even go, they will get arrested, and within a week, they go out on bail, and that particular person has around 6 cases or 7 cases. So to be honest with you, we are in trouble. We are very much in trouble in that side of them when it comes to those crimes. So I just wanted you to know that part, that it to be, as much as you're saying you're doing other parts as like Northwest and Gauteng, Limpopo are in serious trouble right now. It's a spot place for crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mamu Robela. We will now call on Honorable Apleni.
Enkosi kakhulu sihlalo ndiyabulela. Umbuzo wami uya ku-Minister uGwede. Umbuzo wami ngokuba ngabana ingaba ngokomthetho ezi-mines akukho nto izithintelayo okanye izigayidayo okokuba ngabana xa zigqibile ukwenza umsebenzi okanye ukumayina kuloo mayini ukuba zivale okanye ziqiniseke okokuba ngabana akubikho bungozi okanye into ingenayo. Ingaba umthetho uthini around loo nto leyo? Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Apleni. Before I take the last person, I just want to inform members that we will take the briefing from the Deputy Minister after this last question. And then members that still have questions will be allowed after the Deputy Minister have done the briefing. And then we will give over to the members of Cabinet to bring their responses. So even if you have a follow-up question, we will get it after the Deputy Minister have briefed us. So for now, I will give to Honorable Nsube in this round to ask the question. If you still have questions, even Honorable Auskag, I don't use another question, We will give you after.
Thanks, Deputy Chairperson. I even thought that I'm not visible enough on the charts. The MPRDA grant the South African Diamonds and Precious Metals Regulator the regulatory responsibility to license and monitor miners and scrap metal dealers. However, the SDA MPR does not have the investigative skills to perform due diligence checks on the applicants and monitor trends within the industry through its access to mandatory raw production and trade data supplied by permit holders. For instance, Alexander Bay Diamonds Company was contracted to market and sell diamonds on behalf of Alex, even though the company did not have appropriate diamonds mining license and therefore violated almost all of the sections of the Diamonds Act. Honorable Minister Gwedemantashe, what are the systematic institutional challenges in the SADMPR that seriously constrains its ability to optimally and effectively execute its oversight role and regulatory mandate in the industry? Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nsube. That concludes for now the questions. Deputy Minister Njabula Nzuza, welcome. And we would want you to do the presentation. Thereafter, we will take a few questions and then we will allow yourself and your colleagues to respond to all the issues that have been raised by the members. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I am here with the Director General of Home Affairs, Mr. Makhote. The Minister is on the oversight visit with the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy. Let me firstly just start about our role as Home Affairs, which is not really on illegal mining, but rather on illegal immigration. We do accept that the majority of perpetrators of these illegal mining activities are illegal foreign national, as the presentation will definitely indicate that when the DG goes through it. We have prepared a presentation, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. The presentation in the main deals with the following issues. Firstly, the mandate of Home Affairs as it relates to the situation, particularly around immigration and the illegal people who are doing illegal mining. The work that is carried out by our inspectorate unit. You will know, Chair, that we have an inspectorate unit that is responsible for making sure that throughout the country we cap illegal immigration, and those who are already in the country are then deported and taken through our legal system and dealt with accordingly. So that unit is an immigration unit, will then report on the work that they've been carrying out and operations that have been carried out, both successes and where we have not done well will indicate. We'll also indicate vis-a-vis our targets that we have as they relate to immigration services. We'll also have to report on how we have subsequently dealt with the issues around the incidents that have taken place in the West Rand area. What has been the role of Home Affairs? What operations did we carry out? What successes were we able to deal with? We will also take honorable members on our operational program of action going forward, as well as BMA recruitment. I will request, Chair, that we then give space to the Director General of Home Affairs to then take us through a detailed presentation on the activities that have been carried out by Home Affairs on the subject matter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. We will now allow Mr. Makode to continue with the presentation. You've got 20 minutes for that.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. I'm also joined this side by Mr. Yusuf Simons, who's the DDG responsible for Immigration Services. Morning, Deputy Minister. If Judy can allow us to share the screen.
You may proceed, DG.
Zama, we don't see the presentation. Can you please, or can Mr. Makode continue whilst you try to put up the presentation?
Honorable Chair, I have decided to share the screen myself. I'm just checking if it's visible.
Right. DM?
It's visible. It's visible. You may continue.
Can you hear us, Chip? Okay, I can proceed.
You can continue, DG, with the presentation.
If we can have it on the slide mode. So the first slide, Chairperson, deals with the mandate, mission, values, and the mission, as DM was saying. So it's divided into 4 blocks. DM, I'm not sure if you're able to move it to a presentation mode. On the top right, you have the mandate of the Department of Home Affairs, which we have demonstrated, Chairperson, that it's really divided into 2 broad categories, civic services and immigration services. But we're not going, for the purpose of this presentation, spend a lot of time on the first mandate and the third mandate. For the purpose of this presentation, we'll focus on the management of international migration, which is really the second mandate. And if you look at the mission of the department, there are really 4 key activities that are outlined. But again, for the purpose of this presentation, we'll want to indicate that our mission states that we'll want to securely and strategically manage international migration. And of course, the second part is to efficiently manage asylum seekers and refugees. And then, of course, if you were to look at our outcomes, the key ones that are highlighted in red are firstly the secure management of international migration, resulting in South Africa's interest being served and fulfilling international commitments. And then the key one there is to ensure the efficient asylum seeker and refugee system in compliance with domestic and international obligations. So that's really the first slide that speaks to the mandate, mission, values, and mission. If we can move to the second slide, DM. The second slide basically speaks to the APP targets in relation to our immigration mandate. And there, Chairperson would like to state the following, that firstly, even before the activities that have happened in Krugersdorp, we had already started to look at what is it that we can do as a Home Affairs with regards to some of the activities that are outlined. And for example, I would like to indicate that for this year in particular, if you look at the previous financial year, the number of law enforcement operations or inspections that were supposed to be targeted, we had set a target of 220. But given the challenges around migration, we've moved that target 2 times fold. We're now looking at 540 of those. This is the APP that we presented to Parliament. And if you look at it, you look at the quarterly targets that have been listed there. For this quarter 1, we had set out to do 135. We wish to indicate that we've actually exceeded that target already, as you will see when I move to the other sections of the presentation. And then the next slide then speaks to what are our plans for targeted areas in relation to the various sectors employing illegal foreigners. You can move to the next slide. Okay. DM, if we can move to the next slide. I think it's frozen on the first one. A laptop is frozen as well. But the plan then speaks to the following. It speaks to What is it that we are going to do? I'll move a bit faster from my side, DM. I'm not sure there's connectivity challenges where we are. But our plan for targeted areas relating to various sectors employing for illegal foreigners, you will note that on your left, we've indicated the number of inspections that will be undertaken by our provinces and also our head office. For head office, we've indicated it will be about 240. And then the provinces will also undertake those operations. You'll note that it's 33 per province, which translates to 540. But the various sectors that we are planning to, or we planned to look at or inspect, include farms, it include roadblocks operations. Of course, in Gauteng in particular, we do take part in operations such as Okai Mulao. And then, of course, we have our own home affairs operation known as Siasabenta. And then, of course, the transport, which is really looking into, amongst others, the trucking industry, logistics companies, and then the manufacturing or wholesalers, and then hospitality industry. And then, of course, the key one for this year in particular, we've decided to give attention to mining. There's 25 inspections that we have set to conduct, and then construction. Now, the same slide, Deputy Minister and Chairperson, you'll note that the number of 25 inspectorate operations at the bottom relate to mining, which in particular, it's what Gauteng is supposed to do. It's conducted by a team from head office, which is why under Gauteng it will say 0. It's because it's being led by the head office. And of course, the other figures are for the other provinces. I'll then move to the next slide. And the next slide speaks to the progress to date on APP targets. So which means where are we today with regards to the targets that we've outlined? To date, out of the 135 that we had said we will do in Q1, we've now done a total of 182 inspections. And if you look at mining in particular, right at the bottom, we've conducted 4. Including in Mohale City, which will include the mine where the alleged activities undertook or took place. And then, of course, you have got farms, you've got what we have done in retail stores, chain furniture, and then other activities such as manufacturing, wholesalers, and roadblocks. So this slide just demonstrates what is it that we've been able to do, what's been the progress to date. And then, of course, let me then move to the next one. And the next one, DM, speaks to the departmental ongoing operational stats for Gauteng. And the first one, it's really the Operation Okai Mulao. These are 2 activities that we've set for ourselves, Operation Okai Mulao and then Operation Siasabenta. Operation Okai Mulao, it's an ongoing joint operation between ourselves as Home Affairs, the South African Police and the Metro Police, in particular Tshwane and JHB Metro, to deal with the challenge of illegal migration. During the period 1 April 2022 to date, we have been able to pick up 1,476 foreign nationals that were found to be illegal in the country. And of course, the normal deportation processes were then followed. But out of these, the interesting stat is that the top 4 nationalities were mainly from Zimbabwe, Malawi, Lesotho, and Mozambique. And then, of course, the inspectorate conducted operations at the following mines, which was Primrose on the east end, Western area on the west, including Wedela in Mirafong, and then Mohale City. So that's some of the activities that we've been undertaking with others, in particular SAPS and the Metro Police. And then, of course, we then had Operation Siasabenta, which is an initiative of the Department of Home Affairs, a national initiative where the inspectorate team is tackling the challenge of employers who employ illegal foreigners throughout the country. And again, the stats are that during the period 01 April 2022 to date, 215 illegal foreign nationals were employed. Foreign nationals employed by these companies were found to be legal in the country. And then, of course, the deportation processes were then followed. There were 45 employers that were charged in terms of the Immigration Act. These are the actions that we've been able to do. Now, the top 4 nationalities were from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Lesotho, and Malawi. that's really what is on slide 6. Now, if you were to move to slide number 7, what's been the response by the Department of Home Affairs after the Krugersdorp incident, and then we'll then provide some operational background as well. You will note that on that slide, we are indicating that the department has been participating in multidisciplinary operations in the West Rand to identify, in particular, the Zamas who are illegal in the country. And then, of course, the operation and inspections are all aimed at combating illegal migration and contribution to national stability. That's what we've been doing. But also the team has also been focusing on other acts of illegal migration in the areas that are saturated by the so-called Zamas. So that's some of the activities that we've been able to do. Now, if you look back in terms of the mandate that we spoke about at the beginning of the inspectorate, it's really to enforce and ensure compliance within South Africa in terms of all the legislations administered by the department. Now, as a result of that, this multidisciplinary integrated operation that's aimed at targeting Zamas commenced on the 29th of July 2022 and will run until the 11th of September 2022. And the stakeholders that are involved in this multidisciplinary integrated operation include ourselves as Home Affairs. It includes the South African Police Services, Department of Employment of Labor and the Mineral Resources and Energy. And of course, we work with the Mogale City Municipal Traffic Department. And of course, there's also the involvement of the private sector in that specific area. So slide number 8 will then provide what has then happened in terms of our response since the unfortunate incident that took place in Krugersdorp on the 28th of July 2022. We've then undertaken as government a program of engaging communities affected by the Zamas, as well as embarking on law enforcement. And since the 29th of July 2022, we've conducted operations in the West Rand area, working with other stakeholders, including where the activities we were able to pick up alleged illegal immigrants in the conducting illegal mining activities. And of course, those that were arrested, there were charges there are charges that they also face under the Immigration Act of 2002. And these operations, they've mainly included immigration officials from our head office and the provinces. If you look at the stats, between the 29th of July 2022 and the 3rd of August, those arrested were 78, and then the breakdown is then provided in terms of the nationalities: 22, Lesotho, Malawi 2, Mozambique 52, and Zimbabwe 2. And then the operations have been going on. If you look at the period 6 to 7 August, those arrested 61, and then they comprise the following: 1 Indian, Lesotho 12, Mozambique 42, Zimbabwe 6, and then on the 9th of August, on Women's Day, those arrested 50, 19 Lesotho foreign nationals, 26 from Mozambique, and then Malawi 3. And then if you were to look at the operational program, which is currently ongoing, so we have a program of action that's currently ongoing. Of course, amongst others, it started on the 9th of August 2022 until the 11th of September. And beyond this, of course, we'll then continue as Home Affairs with Operation Okai Mulao and Operation Sia Sebenta. And the time that's just illustrated exclude the work that's done with the other law enforcement authorities after the 2000 hour. And then, of course, we've deployed a total of 60 immigration officials that are daily deployed in this specific area. And today in particular, they've been deployed in the Sidibeng area. That's where they started the operations. And that operation chairperson will continue until tomorrow. Of course, it will then go beyond, as we've said, some of these activities. And that's just the detail in terms of who's responsible for the units. And our operations are divided into 5 segments of 7 days in each district to cover all areas of concern. If we can move to the next slide, these are the operational areas. 8 to 14, you'll note it's been the West Rand district, and that will include Carltonville, Beckersdal, Western area, Kutzong, Forgeville, Krugersdorp, Motlhakeng, Kagiso, Randfontein, Magaliesberg, Kromdraai, West Village, Sepisong, and then, of course, Cook Mine Shaft 3. And then in Johannesburg, from the 15th to the 21st, Langlaagte, Rivoli, Selby, Dobsonville, Honeydew, Rodiport, Florida, and Cleveland. And of course, I spoke about the operation that's underway in Sidibeng and Heidelberg. It will continue until quite late today and tomorrow. And then from the 22nd to the 28th of August in Ekurhuleni, the areas that we're looking at there, Springs, Brakpan, Germiston, Crystal Park, Benoni, Davidson, and Primrose. And then from the 5th to the 11th of September, of course, Joburg and Ekurhuleni will include Nigel as well. If we can move to the next slide, speaks to the stakeholder engagement with affected countries on cooperation to deal with illegal migration. On the 2nd of August, Chairperson, we had a meeting, myself and the acting DDG Immigration Services. We met with the Permanent Secretary of Lesotho to discuss primarily two issues. The first one was with regards to illegal mining activities and the involvement of some of their nationals. And of course, areas of cooperation, including to ensure that the deportations are done speedily. You will note, Chairperson, that for anyone to be deported, you also need their embassies to ensure that they issue them with travel documents to travel back to their home countries. And then between today and tomorrow, we engaging with Botswana Immigration Border Technical Meeting, even though Botswana does not give us a whole lot of problems, but of course there's a spillover, as we all know, from Zimbabwe in particular, people coming through Botswana borders. And then of course, one of the countries identified, it's Mozambique. We're intending to have an engagement, in particular focusing on immigration, on the 22nd to the 23rd of August 2022 with our Mozambican counterparts. And then, of course, with regards to Zimbabwe, there was a senior officials meeting as part of the midterm review of the SA Zim Binational Commission that happened in May, on the 9th of May 2022. At that meeting, Chairperson, we raised two, I think there were about three issues. One was the issue around the termination of the Zimbabwe exemption permit. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs was in the country yesterday, confirmed that Zimbabwe is ready to welcome their nationals back home. And of course, called upon all of them to observe the laws of the country. Of course, the other area that we discussed was the conveyances that are transporting. These are mainly buses and taxis from Zimbabwe that are transporting illegal migrants without documents, and the fines that we have imposed on those buses and taxis. And then we also raised the issue around illegal mining with our counterparts. And then, of course, on the 10th of August, as you will recall, there was a ministerial session of the SA Zim Binational Commission led by Minister Pando, Minister of DECO. And the next slide on page 13 basically speaks to the appeal and review against immigration administrative fines that we have imposed, in particular against some of these bus services. Rimbi Travel and Tours, it's the notorious one, Chairperson. They have raked up fines that they've not been able to pay. We've had an engagement with the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, including an engagement by our minister together with the Minister of Transport to make sure that those that have been identified as transgressors are dealt with. In particular, if you look at some of these bus companies, some of them have raked fines up to 100,000. So this is between 3 September to the 14th of December. That's in terms of our database. But key operators include Muenza Bus Company, Mzansi Express, Ngoveni Coaches, Tours of Africa, Trip Trans, Divine Star Logistics, K&M Luxury, and Jack Transports. These are serial offenders, Chairperson, in terms of conveying illegal foreigners in and out of the Republic. And there's work that we're doing with the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, including looking as to what are the immediate steps that they can do to deal with this menace. If we look at the next slide, just for Q1 alone, Chairperson, administrative fines that have been issued in terms of Section 53, about 345 for the value of 5,175,000. And similarly, in terms of section 54(23) coming to 565, clearly, Chairperson Rimbi Bastos has been one of those that has been flouting our regulations, and as a result, what we've done, we've V-listed its drivers, which means that they cannot come into the country. And we're trying to ensure that the driver of the bus is prosecuted for aiding and abetting. Minister of Home Affairs has also written to the Minister of Transport to address jointly this issue of undocumented Zimbabwean drivers that come through into the country as well. So the next slide, Chairperson, if we can move to the next one, then basically deals with the Border Management Authority. Since its inception, the Border Management Authority Chairperson has already deployed around 200 border guards to ensure that we secure our borderline, but also we have been in the same period appointed a commissioner for the Border Management Authority and 2 deputy commissioners, one responsible for operations and the other responsible for corporate services. And as we move towards the 31st of March 2023, the Border Management Authority will be a standalone agency from the Department of Home Affairs. Currently, it's being incubated within the department. So the recommendation is that the committee notes this report. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister, for the assistance. I'm not sure what's happening with my laptop this side. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, anything that you want to add before we go over to the members for engagement with the report, the presentation?
No, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think the DG has covered all the technical aspects of what we would have wanted to say. And as you will know, that the Minister has joined the oversight, which means our operations are still continuing on the ground. We will then take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Members, can I have indication of hands on the show hand function, raise hand function? So far, 2, 3, 4. I want you just indicate, please, so that I can continue.
I've also indicated, Chair.
Who is the last person that spoke? Is it Njadu? Is it you that said you have all indicated? Okay. I will start with Honorable Labskachni because she was the last person in the previous round that indicated that you want to speak. Honorable Labskachni, we will for that reason start with you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This question is to Honorable Minister Mantashe. Minister, in 2017, the Select Committee on Land and Mining did a study tour to Australia. The then High Commissioner of South Africa informed us that some South African delegation on mining to Australia at that stage has been offered support and assistance from Australia on the rehabilitation of mines in South Africa, as it was then already a problematic issue. Minister, will you look into that avenue of support, or would you call on all the ANC cadres who benefited from state capture and are still doing so to give back our taxpayers' money to solve some of the failures of the ANC that are destroying our people's lives? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Labskachni. Next will be Honorable Moimang.
Thank you.
Honorable Moimang.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Let me also start by welcoming the presentation from our 3 ministers and their team. I have 2 questions from my side, Chair, directed to the Department of Home Affairs Department. The first one, Chair, relates to the abuse of asylum seekers, and it goes as follows. In the past, we have noted instances of foreign nationals abusing the asylum seeker status. thereafter apply for permanent resident status. The question is as follows: what is the Department of Home Affairs doing about the abuse of the asylum seeker status? And what measures, if any, are in place to verify those seeking asylum are indeed asylum seekers? The next one is as follows, Chair, still to the Deputy Minister. With the work of the Counter-Corruption Unit in the Department of Home Affairs and the sting operations that they have conducted, we have noted that to a large extent, there will be collaboration with some of the officials in the department who are complicit in these nefarious and corrupt activities, which ultimately undermine the commitment by the leadership of the department to root out these corrupt activities. The question is as follows: what are the department's plans in cleansing out this rot within the system and to ensure that in their daily work they infuse a sense of patriotism and emphasizing the importance of ethical conduct among the officials? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Moimang. We will give to Honorable Ndongeni the next question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. My question is in Home Affairs Department. The scourge of gender-based violence has been described as the second pandemic. We are aware that GBV and human rights abuses do sometimes take place in the border areas in various parts of the world. Women sometimes suffer at the hands of border guards. Does the department have any plan of ensuring that such abuses against women and children do not take place in our beloved country? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. The next will be Honorable Posho.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. My question is directed to the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. Honourable Deputy Minister, this past week, every single news platform was inundated with illegal mining and the brutal gang rape of 8 women. Honourable Deputy Minister, do you today commit yourself and your department to resolve the failure of compliance to the immigration processes in South Africa and to furthermore work hand in glove with Sapps to ensure all illegal miners are deported to their country of origin? Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Next will be Honourable Mushodi. Mushodi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Greetings to all Honourable Ministers, Deputy Minister, and Honourable Chair. Chairperson, I've got 3 questions for Department of Home Affairs. My first question, Chairperson, is what measures are put in place in screening persons who enter the country for criminal record? The second question, Honourable Deputy Chair, how do we deal with the immigrants who committed offences in South Africa, who get caught and re-offend? The last one, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, how do we deal with the immigrants who have record of having committed shocking crime in their country of origin? Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson and honourable members and honourable ministers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mushodi. Honourable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair. Greetings to the Deputy Minister. I've got one question for him. As part of the rollout of the Border Management Authority, we note the deployment of border guards to secure our borders. What measures are put in place to ensure that border guards execute their duties without fear and favor, and not falling into the temptation of taking part in corrupt activities. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We will now go back to the members of the executive in this order. We will request the Honorable Minister, Honorable Mantashe, to begin to respond to the issues that he think is just was directly raised to him. And then in the same order, we will then take Honorable General Pekitele. And after that, we will take the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs to continue responding to the issues as was raised by the members. Over to you, Honorable Mantashe. Yes. Yes. Oh, Honorable Jadu, I'm sorry. I didn't write down your name. I'm very sorry. I'm trying to write down so that I don't just only depend on the system. Honorable Njadu, I'm sorry. You may ask your question. I'm sorry to the ministers. After that, you will respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, Home Affairs, my question will be, South Africa's foreign policy is underpinned by the Freedom Charter's call for peace and friendship. While there is regrettable the challenge of illegal migration, there is also legal migration. What are the department's plans on protecting law-abiding and peace-loving foreign nationals in the country? Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. Once again, I apologize to the ministers, but we will still continue in the same format. And I will now call on the Honorable ASG Mantashe, Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, to respond to the issues that was raised to him.
Deputy Chairperson of the NSOP, Chairperson of the session, Chairperson of the NSOP, honorable members, my colleagues here, Minister and Deputy Minister. The first question was an allegation that we don't have a sense of the depth of anger. Now, when you pose that question, say, you don't understand the depth of anger, you are making certain assumptions. The assumption is that you are insulated from realities of life in society, you don't interact with society, you don't understand the issues. Then the question is, what do we do to Zamas? It is a criminal activity. Why is there no specialized unit? Let me first of all protect Minister Kaele. I know he is capable of protecting himself. We are having an ongoing discussion on the issue of a specialized unit. I have not picked up any of the issue is execution that we should do in an accelerated way. And therefore, the issue of a specialized unit is quite urgent. I agree with that. Zama is a criminal activity. Yes, it is. It is not a mining activity. And sometimes when you say you must do away with Zama, it is like doing away with something which you have no authority over, which you have no authority to establish and de-establish. Because it's a criminal activity, syndicate work, and that's why it will be difficult even for any minister, including Home Affairs, to say so many move to South Africa and others are moving out because illegal miners come here through different ways. They don't come through the gates, and they're here to steal, and they're here to execute an activity that is criminal. And therefore, that is an issue. And somebody said, we are a silo mentality that kills us. Actually, we do talk, but Minister of Police, we interact all the time on this matter. So I don't know the silo mentality on this matter because we're talking about it. And I'm convinced as a person that we can only overcome the impact of Zamas when we work together. Particularly, let me just give an example. When Zamas are armed in an area, it's difficult to send a project team to close a hole, for example, because the danger posed by armed Zamas in an area make it impossible for a project to go and close a hole. Let me leave that. The closure is the responsibility of the DMR. Let me explain this thing of closure. When Anglo Shandy moves out of Imponeng, it doesn't close. We don't enforce closure because it sells the mine to Harmony. Therefore, we are expecting Harmony to make provision for the closure ultimately. Therefore, Harmony takes over the mine and its liabilities. That's what happens. And therefore, that obligation has gone to Harmony. That's why we make a distinction between those mines that are closed and the ownerless and derelict mines. Ownerless and derelict mines, that is what is a biggest headache in our part. We said in the last 3 years, we've closed 135 holes. In terms of our plan, we're closing 40 holes per annum. And that program continues. It's a moving target. We do it all the time. Sometimes we close the holes, like for example, some would ask me how many holes have been closed in the West Rand. In the West Rand, 52 holes have been closed. Known holes that are still outstanding are 26 in the West Rand. How do you say mines facing difficulties? When a mine is facing difficulties, it is not saved by the GMR. It either goes to the business rescue plans to run it, or it is liquidated. When it is liquidated, it pays like creditors amount of money per rand. So we don't save mines in difficulties. We have no money to dish out to mines that are having difficulties. Zamas, we don't protect mines from Zamas. Actually, we don't have a police force. We don't have a police force. That's why when we talk about security issues and criminal issues, we go to Minister of Police, talk to them, and we don't instruct them. We go and say to them, hey, there's a problem in area X, Y, and Z. When they respond, in the majority of cases, they actually make breakthroughs. But where I sympathize with Minister of Police is that when he makes a breakthrough, instead of saying congratulations for that, for example, in the West Village, if you arrest a big number of illegal miners, he has now identified those illegal miners who can be linked to the raid. That is a massive breakthrough. But what I'm listening to when I listen is that, yeah, he has doing that. I have my own case, which is here for a year. Nothing is happening to it. Why is this one urgent beyond mine? Now, that is the attitude of society when you deal with a difficult situation. When it happens, I sympathize with Minister Kele, and I congratulate him, and I'm happy that he makes certain breakthroughs. And those breakthroughs are very important to all of us. Now, the relationship between Zamas and legal miners in terms of supply of food, stories that with the same that in some instances, miners, legal miners, walk underground and give food to Zamas. That is possible because mines are interlinked. You can see different shafts on the surface, but underground they are interlinked. You walk from one shaft to the other. That's why when there is an accident in one shaft, workers are allowed to move to another shaft and come out of the other. Do we cooperate with other countries? Yes, we do talk to a number of these countries. We work very closely with Lesotho and Mozambique. But we will step up our interaction with these mines. I must confess, on our part, we have not had a discussion on this matter with Zimbabwe. But we are talking to Mozambique, we're talking to to Lesotho. What is the negative impact of illegal mining in the economy in the country? Chairperson of the Select Committee, when I made my presentation, the last recorded impact analyzed by the UN in 2019, it was 1 billion rand that was recorded. And I would imagine that varies around that figure every year, and sometimes a little bit more. That is the negative impact, that there's a leakage in the economy. Some of that goes out. What I didn't understand is when illegal miners are linked to social labor plans and poor communities, illegal mining, Zamas, are not a function of poverty. They are a function of criminal activity. It's planned by syndicates. They execute, they use people, they use children to execute their plan. That money doesn't end up with those young people who go and mine. Therefore, social labor plans maybe, Chairperson, when we go and hand over projects of the social labor plan to various communities, as we in Rustenburg last week, handed over 2 schools, we should go with you so that you can see practically what social labor plans do to community. And that's it. And we're monitoring the implementation thereof. We hand over projects to other departments, education, health, being the biggest benefactors of the program. Somebody, I won't mention the name, asked me, why did you refuse to attend the program by J.J. Tabani? Simple answer, there was no invitation to J.J. Tabani's show. Okay, there was no such an invitation. That is the first answer. The second one is that, assume that it was, and I choose not to go. I don't think I should come and say, why should I not go to the NCA? Because if I do that, I must come here and account, why am I not on Newsroom Africa show? Why am I not on SABC show? I don't think that is the issue. The J.J. Tabani didn't invite me. Somebody sent me a message and said, J.J. Tabani says, you are invited, you have declined. I said, no, I've declined no invitation. There is no invitation. So, a question that is very strange. What were you doing that evening? Okay, I'm home, I'm a family man. Then I must come and say, what do I do each evening? Keep a record of activities at home for every evening, because the opposition parties may want to know, what am I doing in the evening when I'm home? I think that is a little bit mischievous and bordering on being irresponsible. Let me go then to Tubatsi. We know Tubatsi is another hotspot. We have a unit in the department, small unit called enforcement. It works very close with the police. We have arrested a few of those big trucks in Tubatsi. Some of them are caught, others are pounded by the police, and work very well when we work with the police there. How many outstanding holes are in the West Rand? And this is preceded by an allegation. It takes rape to call you into action, but it's not true. That's why I gave you a list of activities. When close to 17 miners died, illegal miners died, we know we were there. When there were incidents in Klerksdorp, Orkney, we have been there. So it's not a question of the rape, but this one was quite a unique and a very dangerous incident of Zamas, not only stealing our gold, now raping our women. And I'm congratulating Minister of Police for the breakthroughs they have made in that regard. And let's congratulate him and give him support. The white Zamas, maybe I must get a detailed report about the white Zamas. And the teachers are asked by Zamas. Now, operating mines, how do they eliminate the Zamas? The reason that the mines, the mineral council, has said, when you have that meeting, Minister Mandasha with Minister Twell, please invite us because we can contribute materially to this program. It was a direct interest in me. That is still outstanding. Now, you asked a very good question, which must connect the dots of gold exported to Dubai. You are lucky to know where it goes. In the department, we do not know where stolen gold goes. So if it goes to Dubai, I'm sure you will report that formally so that it can be followed through. We hear the quest of illegal miners in Guyana, Malamulele. We should look into that. When mines close, what does the law say about rehabilitation? Every operational mine must provide for rehabilitation. And that provision will be in the form of, money, it may be in the form of bank guarantees, it may be in the form of trust, but it is used as the end of that mine. But if that mine sells that mine to another owner, that owner takes over the responsibility and provide for the ultimate rehabilitation. That's what the law says. Then there was a late answer that says there's an offer from Australia, save offer from state capture, and then it goes on into the issue of just attacking the of theft and stolen things like this. What people ignore is that we grew up here. Okay. We know this. Okay, we know that as a miner myself, I couldn't put my hand on a plastic certificate because I was not a scheduled person. So this excitement of state capture, the ANC, this and the ANC that, create a picture that the ANC took a country from angels, which is not true. Leader of one party is the son of a man who actually left government under the info scandal. So that means don't celebrate negativity and make it an own thing by the ANC as a party. It's wrong, it's misplaced, it's wrong politics. And so if there's anybody who want to support us on rehabilitation, that person will not go to the GA and then the GA transmit the meeting. That person will come to the department relevant and say, here is the institution in Australia that offers support. That is the end. Those are the ones that were directed to the MRA, Deputy Speaker. I've tried to answer as many of them as I can. Thank you very much.
Thanks for now, Honorable Minister. We will now go over to Honorable Minister General Becky Cele to respond to the issues that is directed at the police, and after that the Deputy Minister, and then we will see how we round up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks again, Deputy Chair, the Chair.
You're welcome.
Chair, I'll start by asking you and the Chair to protect some of us for our names not to be vulgarized here and we call things that are not. I'm not Chele. I'm Cele. I take exception on that. I take that somebody undermines me. I take that somebody does not regard me as an equal, and I want to put it on record. Next time somebody called me Chair or something I don't know, I will not answer that question, Chair. I want to put that on record. People must respect and must go out of their way to understand and study to call our names proper. We're not Johns, we're not boys, we're not Cheles, we're Celes, we have names, and that must be respected. Thanks, Chair. Having said that, Chair, there is this question of the statement made by Minister Cele of the 19-year-old that was lucky to be raped by one man instead of 10. Chairperson, I'll take that first question and put it with the second one of Mr. Ryder, of not understanding the anger of the people there. When this thing happened, Chairperson, I was woken up at 1 a.m. When I received the message of the rape of these 8 young women. I was woken up at 1 a.m. I must admit, Chairperson, that to me, sometimes there's a confusion between Krugersdorp and Klerksdorp. And then at that time, I phoned the provincial commissioner of Northwest to say, what is this? And provincial commissioner say, Minister, you have woken me, and that is not Northwest, that is Gauteng. And then I woke up, this is about 1:30 to 2 a.m. And I woke up the PC of Gauteng to say, what is this? We were to attend, Chairperson, the conference, the policy conference of the African National Congress. We dropped that. The early hours of this day, we drove to Krugersdorp, where we were taken through by the police and other stakeholders what has happened. And then we went back to Nasrec, reported to the president and the leadership there. That matter was put in the speech of the president of what has happened. We got further instruction. That evening, Chairperson, we went back to Krugersdorp to work on this matter. During the day, we received the message that 3 people were arrested. By the time one arrived there, there were 67 people arrested already on the same day, and the 2 have died who have engaged the police using firearms. Police retaliated, and those 2 people were killed. 1 was hospitalized. The next day, we were there. Chairperson, I'm trying to illustrate how serious the matter was taken. Later, the next day, we were interviewed after we've been taken through what has happened to these individuals. These are young people between 19 and 35, Chairperson. Chairperson, the question was asked about severity and things that have happened. One of these young women was raped by 10 people. 1 was raped by 8 people, 1 by 6, 1 by 4. Not times, but people. 19-year-old one. I said, and I guess this matter, by the way, Chairperson, has been taken by the DA to the ethics, to the Code and Ethics of Parliament, where I'll be answering. But I wish that when they talk about this thing, they put a proper quotation of what was said. I said, this young woman was raped by 1 person. She was lucky that was not raped by 10 people. And I added in that statement, is everywhere that statement, that she was lucky, if I can call that the luck, because was understanding that it could not be the luck itself. That's why the statement is qualified. I hope that as they go forward, they continue to quote exactly what happened. Maybe it is another problem of speaking in English. Maybe next time, Chairperson will have to come. We have to come here and address all these platforms on the language that we are more comfortable with, because ukuba bengikhuluma isiZulu bengizothi ukuba bekuzobizwa ngokuthi kuyinhlanhla, which means exactly what I said in English, but in English ayizwakali njengoba ngikhuluma ngesiZulu. Mhlambe next time kuyofanele sinqabe and refuse uku-addressa any platform ngolunye ulwimi, nathi sikhulume ngolwimi lebele, sikhulume ngolwimi esalincela koma wethu. So leyo-ke, I've explained it and I'll continue to explain it. More than that, Chairperson, we visited these families. We saw the parents, we saw the young ladies, 6 of them that were abused. 2 of them, they said they would love to rest with their families and not to be part, of which we respected. The question was asked, what mechanism have we put there? When we visited them, Chair, there were many other people around there, including the social workers that were sent by the MEC of Gauteng. But also the police were working on sending the social workers. And the Minister of Police immediately after that phoned the Minister of DSD to be able to give that support, of social workers to this community. Much has been done. Not only that, the presidency under Dr. Shisan, they were working on matters of restorative of what could be done to support these families. A lot, Chair, has been done to support these families. Unfortunately, that kind of activity breeds to what Minister Mantashe says, that instead of people agreeing and thinking that, it leads to the next question. This question of have you visited other victims is not new here. It was also raised in one of Izimbizo. Yes, we have visited other families. It cannot be all of them. We have visited families that have faced tough times where their family members have been killed, especially those that are the police. Almost every member of the South African police that is killed, either male or female, we visit them. It's our responsibility. But other families that suffer the same as it happened at Enyobeni, we visit, we take them on board. And I guess it's an unfair and a very naughty question to say, because you have done it there, you can do it around every other family. We will visit other families. We have been visiting, we're not keeping the record, and nobody's asking them. And we're visiting those families out of the glare of the media, and people would not know, and they think we did not do it. It doesn't mean that things that are not media, they did not happen. Maybe back to the question of we do not understand the anger of these communities. That can't be so. We literally sit and stay with these communities. Chairperson, many times one went to Krugersdorp, but last Saturday we went to Imbizo of West Village. Sunday we went to Imbizo of Kagiso. On Tuesday we were with the community of Emaldale, bringing the issues of abuse and the issues of policing there. So you sit there with those communities. For instance, in Krugersdorp, 27 of people there in Imbizo spoke, which make you understand very well the anger and their cry and their comments and their contribution, because they make a lot of contributions. Chairperson, when one went to Kagiso, 43 members of community spoke there as they wish and as well listening. And we went to Emansdale, they submitted their demands that were starting and going to respond. To say we don't understand the anger of these communities is said by those people that they don't even know where these communities exist. Some of us, we literally spend days with them. Chairperson, the question of the police not adequate. Yes. Most of the time, the question that is raised by the members of the community is about the police station themselves. Especially, I did say this in the input. I hope next time we listen better, Chair. We did say to this, the community of Kagiso raised a serious issue about the non-response and the non-cooperation of the police, giving the name of the station commander who is not cooperative. The provincial commissioner, the national commissioner were there, of whom they are taking serious the issues raised by the community. 2 days when we were with JJ, the community members raised the issue that we have not responded. That was a day and a half. Indeed, the national commissioner or provincial commissioner can't just go after that and change and remove the station commander and the rest of the police, having not gone through the procedures, allow them to give their side of the story and all that. They are working on that. So as they complain about the stations, we respond. One thing that they complain about, Chairperson, is the understaffing of police stations. Let me put it on record, that there is no police station in South Africa as we speak now that has enough staffing, enough warm bodies. The reason is clear. In 2010, Chairperson, we had 195,000 police in the Republic of South Africa and 50 million South Africans. Now, Chairperson, we have 176,000 police and we're 20,000 down. Again, a political party said, I don't have to repeat that. I was not there when these police were reduced. What we're there for now is to make sure that we're working to these numbers. That's why we have, as a ministry, requested the improvement of these figures. Hence, this year, Chairperson, we have 10,000 recruits that are at the college as we speak, requested especially from the treasurer and the president. We have been giving 10,000 this year. Next year, we'll have 10,000, which will give us 20,000. And that 20,000 will give us the figures of 2010, not the figures of 2022. Yes, there is a shortage, but we are working on the shortage. We have worked with the West Village, and the people raised the complaint about the police, but there were few more people there. They sang praises for the police to say they're responsive. Yes, the mayor was singing the police, local police, that they are working very well. Chairperson, in the extra that communities are not complaining about, we send the forces that come outside those police stations like TROT. Those forces, TROT, NIU, Special Task Force, are not based on stations, are based in some quarters around the provinces where they are sent to enhance and put more effort in dealing with those Zamas that are under there and those Zamas that are armed, that cannot be dealt by the normal policing. So I want, and as I did in presentation, I did separate these special forces dealing with extra dangerous criminals and the local that are dealing with normal policing. Anyway, you are not going to send special forces to go and police normal policing. Those forces, Chairperson, are not given rubber bullets, are not given any other soft things, are given serious bullets, so they cannot on day-to-day police the normal community there. If it needs to be the normal community, you send people that are trained for that, that carry rubber bullets, that carry the tear gas, that is POP. But NIU, they're not given that. They are given serious stuff, That's why when you send them to mines and they are engaged, you will find the dead bodies as it happened on the 29th of July, because they need to respond as such. And that is happening, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have answered the question of counseling. I have answered the question of visiting these women and other people. That was Honorable Boshoff. Ms. Bartlett, supply of logistic. I think Minister Gwede answered that question. The illegal mining transition, yes, is not just financial transition that happened there, which is illegal financial transition. There are other issues. Chairperson, police have been underground on these matters. We have rescued women that have been kept underground there as the sex slave. And we have cut the supply of bread, the supply of tin stuff, mostly to be a bull brand and all those things. Police have been under there and cut those supplies, which make the Zamas underground to move to other places. And those logistics are helped by the legal miners as they go underground there, Chairperson. The question of police involved in criminal activity, no doubt about it, Chair. There are police that are involved in criminal activities themselves, consumed by the crime. Communities have raised that time and again. Community have raised that police are receiving injonjo. It is on that score, Chairperson, that including in Kageso this last Sunday and many other places, we go with IP there. We go with Secretariat, and you know that Secretariat runs oversight on behalf of the ministry. And that Secretariat will revisit those police stations that the issues have been raised time and again, and they give us report. The IPIT was there, was receiving on the same day the reports and the complaints by these communities. So we act, and we act immediately, and we do tell communities to say these are the ways, these are the paths to follow should they come around that one. But Chairperson, I want on behalf of the police to admit that we have bad elements, but we have good elements. We have good police officers that are doing their work, that they leave their families, go under dangerous circumstances. That's why some of them die. So it should not be as if we don't have committed members of police service in defense of South Africa. That is why, Chairperson, prisoners today or correctional service are 33.3% overpopulated. 33.3% overpopulated. And all those people don't go into with toy to prison. They are sent by the police who do good investigation. That's why more than 6,000, Chairperson, of people that are arrested for rape and abusing women, 6,000 of them are lifers, are doing life sentence. For you to get life sentence, it means somebody did beautiful job in investigation for the judge and the magistrate to agree with that investigation. So when people talk about police, you must remember, like every other family, there are bad ones, there are good ones. Even other parts of the JCPS, for instance, there are courts, especially in Western Cape, which are known as bail wholesale. You know, whether it's a fifth or second or fourth bail of matter, you will get the bail there. So it's a chain, it's a cluster, and as these things are done, it should be the police, but deal with other elements, with other segments. Bad police, we deal with them. I must say, it's painful when we deal with them, but it's a correct thing to do. But those that are good, they put their life on the line in defense of South Africa. So it should not be as if we don't have good police, otherwise we would not have full prison as we speak. Secondly, Chairperson, there is this narrative that all people that are doing crime in South Africa are foreign nationals. There are many of them doing crime, or many of them that they must be taken back. But at the present moment, we've got the population of 144,000 prisoners in South Africa. They're overpopulated. They're supposed to be about 118, 120. They're 144,000. Among those for last 5 years, 18,000 are foreign nationals. The rest are South Africans, which means both South Africans and foreign nationals are criminals, some of them. That's why, as the police, we deal with criminality, we deal with criminals. We ask later, which national are you? We don't move around asking if you are a Zimbabwean, if you are a Mozambican, if you are a Basotho. We arrest criminals, and later it comes out that we are arresting a criminal of this such nationality. I think is Honorable Lopez-Nahe who talk about the discussion on 2016. Unfortunately, I was not there in 2016 because she insisted that I was part of that. No, I was not a part of that. I was not there in 2016. There is a question, I think, is Honorable Seleku of the outcomes. Indeed, Honorable Seleku, for the fact that this morning the
Chair, on a point of order.
Honorable Labuschagne, your order is?
Chair, on a point of order, I referred to 2016 in saying that Zamas and illegal mining stretches from there on. We all know it. I never said that the minister was there.
It's fine. Can we request the minister, if he doesn't have the response, that he send it to you in writing? Yes, let us conclude it like that, Honorable Minister. You may continue.
So the Honorable Selegu talks about if there are outcomes. Indeed, this morning, as I've said, the spokesperson of the community of West Village, which happens to be Honorable or respectful Miss Nicolene Trump, said since there have been the police operations there, life has changed, is not where they want it to be. She made the example that at least you see people there now jogging in the morning, which is something that has not been happening. You see people going to school. There is some going back to normality of life there. That is an impact that has been done by working together with the community and the police. Indeed, that's what the mayor said, Mayor Nkosi, in Muhlakeng, to say the coming of the police has calmed the situation, and the normality and the normal activities of the community there has come back. So indeed, where there have been the police operation, the police intervention, the normality does come. The impact, indeed, it does happen when the security establishment, the security agencies respond. There is a plan, there is a broader plan of dealing with security, and that plan is for the police, but also, Chairperson, I hope the honorable members, they will be able to get the document that was passed by the cabinet that says dealing with criminal activities, dealing with crime, it belongs to the government, does not belong to the police alone. So it's an integrated approach on the crimes that are violent. So that document exists, is part of the broader plan, is a part of improving the white paper on policing and integrated approach. Indeed, there is that document that is out there. Chairperson, I have answered. I think this question was asked by Honorable Fesser about the question of the adequacy of human resources when it comes to the police. I've answered that one, that we are having these people in colleges as they are training now. Chairperson, I have answered the question of special units that we send there where there is an extra danger. The DPCI, the Hawks Chair, have undertaken, and as they do, especially in Gauteng, led by their head, the General Katwa, assisted by National Head, General Libya, to work on the next level of dealing with Zamas, where the gold goes. I heard one member saying it's going to Dubai. Maybe that member will help us in big time to give us that information. And I'm sure going forward, we'll be working to respond to the nation when those top guys are arrested. But there are operations that are going on there. Maybe it will be enough for now to end there. The question I raised, I'm sure, was raised by Honorable Mukawose of the DNA chairperson. This question has been answered time and again. Chairperson, the issue specifically of 6 abused young women, the police sent all equipment of biological evidence. We send biology dogs. We send the DNA samples there. They were collected. We found a lot of semen on the ground, Chairperson. We found a lot of stuff. Some of the people that are appearing today, they were found with the stuff that was stolen from the victims. But Chairperson, we have agreed that in dealing with the backlog of the DNA, when NPA says they are ready with the certain case to go to court, and that is still delayed when it comes to the police, we have agreed that will be prioritized. 12,283 of those cases have been prioritized, Chairperson, including this of the 8 ladies has been prioritized. But generally, in the second quarter of last year, Chairperson, which is the second quarter of the financial year, we had 251 backlog of the DNA. We have moved that 212,000 in those months, and our target is to finish the backlog in September, of which we believe that we are on target for that. How did we do that? We have put in place all contracts that were not renewed for whatever reason by the management of General Stone. All that has been renewed. There are 16 of those contracts. We have recruited people that were sent out of the system, interns. 24 of them were in Khayelitsha. We have brought 20 back in the system in the laboratory of Cape Town. We've brought 6 of them back in Pretoria, and we have all machines are in order. All machines are functioning. We have moved Chair to make 16 shifts instead of 8 shifts where people will come in the morning and leave in the afternoon. We have found money for overtime. We're even working on the 3rd shift so that 24 hours, these machines, the National Commission is working on that, is finding money. So we have made a lot of correction when it comes to this one. We're even improving the capacity for the next, for the future. We have recruited 200 BSc students to be part of these laboratories so that we don't have this problem next time of the shortage of personnel, but we don't have the problem of shortage of equipment working there and any other things to make the laboratories to be functioning. So we're on the path on those. I hear from Honorable San, the school issues. It was raised, Honorable Member, in Mbizo there, the question of the school and the harassment of teachers and that. So that has been taken care of. We have sent the extra police to look around that, but also we want to strengthen and enhance the stations so that they don't get the assistance only when we send the forces that are coming from outside. And indeed, priority should be protecting of school kids, and we are working that with the police station having there. Well, and I think Mr. Honorable Arnold, illicit go to Dubai, I think we have responded to that. Honorable Tuli, why the police are not closing this, and I think this has been explained by the Minister Gwede that they are in the process of closing that. We will be part of working with them. There's been, Honorable Gillian, is there any progress in Krugersdorp? I think we have given the progress of, as we speak today, there are 14 people out of those 81 arrested that have been charged for the rape of these 8 ladies. And we are continuing with investigation. We believe that more of them will be arrested because people that were in act of this rape, there were 20, those people, 14 of them appearing in court. We still believe that more of those people will be arrested with the further investigations. Are you winning the fight? Well, definitely I've put the impacts. But Chairperson, another thing, it's a pity that everybody will complain about reaction of the police of things that have happened. Indeed, we can't say because it has happened, we'll fold our hands and don't respond. But what is not said and what is not found, maybe even by the media and is not known, are the proactive activities and operations that are done. Few weeks ago, Chairperson, in a place called Beggestar, that is around Westland, we found bags of round of ammunition were put on the back of this lady, and the lady put the baby on top of those bullets and was supplying the husband who's selling those bullets in Zamas. We got a lot of those bullets. The lady is arrested. We're chasing the suppliers that are in Lesotho. Chairperson, lot of these things are done, maybe again, little bit deviation. Last week, the police managed to bust a 404 million drugs that were destined for Cape Town coming from Gauteng, and that was intelligence-driven operation. We arrested a man that was on his way with the ML assault rifle from Durban with 90 rounds of bullets. We have even established the targets that were going to be hit in the taxi industry in Cape Town. Unfortunately, those things are not put on the top of the media, and everybody thinks that police are not doing the good job in prevention and in the crime intelligence and hawks-driven activities. We are having a lot of the Chair. Lastly, Chair, the question of the special task teams we're working on, but as I've said, that Free State had that from 2019 July around Welcome. The question, is it happening? Yes, the crime there has been reduced. The community has said so, that indeed there will be crime, but much better than it was initially when these things were happening. Chairperson, I think that would be the response from what has been raised by the honorable members. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable General Cele. We will now allow the DM to respond to the few questions that was asked. After that, we will have a break of about 30 minutes, and then the chairperson will take over the last session. Honorable Njabulo Nzuza, we are now giving over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I got a few questions from the chunk of the questions that were asked. The first question was around the abuse of the asylum seeker regime by people who would want to enter the country. I can confirm that we have been dealing with an issue of the abuse of the asylum seeker regime for quite some time now within the Department of Home Affairs. This in the main has been due to our the legal framework in which we operate in as the Department of Home Affairs that allows people who wants to come here to the country and then claim asylum, and then later we have had quite a number of cases of fake asylum claims. I'm sure we'll all remember the issue of the Ukrainian person who actually landed in Cape Town and then claimed asylum seeker, and then later we had to put in some internal control measures, and the person ultimately apologized and we had to stick to the law. So there is that kind of abuse. In the main, it's because we face quite a number of economic migrants who come into the country for economic reasons and then they claim asylum, and such we saw it during the financial meltdown in 2007 to 2008. There was a huge number of asylum seeker applications that we received as a country, and quite recently, I think sometime in the past, in the last financial year, we then got to partner with the UNHCR to deal with the issue of the backlog that we currently have to deal with the abuse of the asylum seeker regime. I can also indicate that we are in the process of preparing of changing the legal environment in which we operate and legislation, which really has opened up loopholes in our asylum seeker regime. So that is how we are dealing with that. We have the project with the UNHCR. We're also looking at changing our legal environment. The second question was around the actions that we are taking with regards to corrupt officials who collaborate with wrongdoers and illegal immigrants in order to be able to get into the country illegally or want to stay in the country illegal. Part of the reason we opened up the unit of counter-corruption and the security was to deal with the issue of corruption within the unit. And that particular unit has actually proved to be very efficient. I'm sure you will have seen in the recent months the bus that we had in Klerksdorp here in Gauteng. Some people we arrested around Bait Bridge. Some action taken against officials. Some of them are even serving jail terms as we speak. Those are the people who have been responsible for wrongdoing within the department. All of that work is being done by our counter-corruption, fraud, as well as security unit. So it is quite an effective unit. We run a call center. We follow up on all the tips that we receive. Our ability to even catch some of the people who came in through the OR Tambo airport who wanted to come into the country. It was efforts of this counter-corruption. So we have taken quite a serious stance against corrupt officials, and it is proving to be very fruitful. The issue of GBV in the border environment, we must indicate that within our borders, we do not have what we will call camps, refugee camps, and that means that you have less people who are trapped in camps, who are subject to abuse through GBV and all of that. As a result, we have been promoting people going into the country and being incorporated into the country, and as such, that has limited our exposure. The recently deployed, border guards, we have not had any complaints with regard to GBV issues. I think they will be more prevalent if we had those particular camps there. In terms of checking criminal records of people who come into the country, there are a number of ways in which people actually come into the country. Most of our neighbors, like Lesotho and most SADC countries, are not required to have a visa in order to come into South Africa, which means we are quite open. They can come in and stay for a period of about 3 months by producing their passports. But for people who apply for for visas, there are certain requirements where we have to check in terms of criminal records, we have to check financial records, depending on the kind of a visa. So we do those checks for visas. But the problem here is that we are not dealing with people who are legal in the country. So if you are dealing with people who are legal, you will have obviously gone to a larger extent of having checks when you are issuing them with visas. The problem is the ones who are illegal in the country because they do not enter through legal means. And that is why we have paid much focus with our BMA in the border environment and how we actually secure our borders. And we're quite happy with the joint efforts that have been made by the whole JCPS cluster to working together with defense, the police, as well as intelligence structures to make sure that we better secure our borders. Focus should be placed on infrastructure, and we are improving in that particular regard. And the BMA indeed adds a new dimension to it. The issue of how do we then protect illegal and legal, I'm not sure if I got that question quite correctly. How do we protect illegal and legal migrants who come into the country? It's true, South Africa belongs to all those who live in it, but we expect people to be in the country. They must be here legally so, and they must not use clandestine means to get into the country. Our responsibility is to defend the country. We do take actions within human rights for all those who are illegal immigrants, and they are processed thoroughly within our legal framework that we have up until the point where they are deported into their own countries. We have not had cases of abuse of their rights. We always make sure that we deal with their rights. Yes, we accept that there might be illegal migrants who might claim to have been mistreated. They must come out and raise their issues so that they will be criminally investigated, and those who will have abused them will be taken through our criminal justice system. I would like to pause there. I think those were the few questions that we received from the Department of Home Affairs, but we are quite happy with the collaborations that we continue to make with the entire JCPS cluster in playing our role in curbing illegal immigration, as well as also inspectorate dealing with illegal immigrants who are already in the country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Deputy Minister, there is one issue that I'm not sure whether you've responded to it, but I was also curious to know. How do you screen immigrants that are coming into South Africa, legal or illegal, to make sure that they don't have a criminal record in their country of origin? I'm not sure whether you have responded to that one specifically, because I was also curious to know that. After that, it would be fine. If you don't have the response also, it's fine, but I'm very curious about that one.
Yes, Honorable House Chair, I did indicate that, firstly, for most of the SADC countries, they come through the country holding the passports of their countries. So the people that will have an opportunity of screening who are migrating into the country, because the ones who hold passports, they are envisaged as people who are coming in to visit the country, and after 3 months, they are expected to leave. The ones who come in and apply for visas who are legal migrants, they do go through a screening process, not just for issues of criminal records and so on, but also issues of financial records and all that is related. It is based according to the type of visa that the person is applying for. But the problem with the number of people who are in the country who are illegal immigrants, they do not go through the formal systems, which means you do not have a chance to be able to screen those people as they come into the country. They either cross the Limpopo River to get into the country illegally, or find other means in which they get into the country illegally. So for those people, you cannot subject them to screening because they come in through illegal means. Our options there are to immediately deploy inspectorate officials to then arrest those people on the basis that they've arrived into the country illegally. Yes, some of the illegal immigrants who come into the country have criminal records, but were able to ascertain that upon their arrest for basis of being illegal immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. I also want to express our appreciation to the two other ministers that have been participating in this session. We will now have a break of about 30 minutes, and then we will be back for the second session The vote of thanks will be properly done by Chief Whip Moai, but I want to express our appreciation for your patience, all of you, the members as well as the members of the executive. We want to express our appreciation for your patience and also for your extensive responses to the issues that have been requested. If members are still not satisfied, we will then make sure that there is a way of making sure that the questions reach the different ministers. So with that said, it is about 7 minutes past 1 now. So can we be back around about 25 to 2, and then the chairperson will take over the session from there. Thank you very much once again.
Recording stopped.
Lunch is served.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Big Brother.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will then
recording in progress.
And this part of the program is dealing with the briefing on provincial and municipal measures to wage a concerted battle against illegal mining, in brackets Zamas, and the manifestation of criminality and violence in affected communities. There are four briefings. The first one, Honorable Bulwane from the Free State, followed by Honorable Mazibugo from Gauteng Province, followed by MEC J.S. Lihari from Northwest Province, and the last briefing will be from Councillor J. Labati, a Salga representative. So we'll do one briefing at a time, but we'll only be able to engage all the different briefings by asking questions and making whatever comments thereafter. So we'll request that participants should indicate which question is directed to who, and then we'll take it from there. Is Honorable MEC K.W. Bulwane from the Free State available? Honorable Bulwane?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the NCOP, and all your invited guests. Chair, let me start by saying, in the Free State, the goldfield theft and illicit mining activities has increased measures were put in place against syndicates and their leaders. We must state that in this House that the radicalization illicit mining is viewed as one way of mitigating the criminality associated with the illegal mining activities. Chairperson, in the Free State Province, in a study that was conducted, we found that 80% of the people who are doing illegal mining are foreign nationals. And that process towards formalizing was too costly and was not going to benefit the South African if we are going to take that route. In 2018, the South African Police Services initiated an Operation Knockout, and its focus on illegal mining activities, illicit mining, murder, assault, trespass, and kidnapping. Moreover, the Operation Knockout also included activities such as closure of unused shift or mines, daily disruptive operations, arrest of domain runners, deportation of foreign nationals' equipment, foodstuff, targeting of smelt houses. The Operation Lockout was implemented in a multi-stakeholder collaboration approach inclusive of all relevant departments. To reinforce the work of the Operation Lockout, a priority committee on illicit mining, it was established, which is known as a combating priority committee. The purpose of the committee is to look holistically at illicit mining, ferrous and non-ferrous metal, and the proliferation of firearms and ammunition. The committee exists at the district level and at the provincial level. At the district level, it sits every month, while at the provincial level, it sits weekly to assess and monitor and do the planning. The hotspot area in the Free State is usually Botswana district, and Fezile Dabi, the Vierfontein, those who will know that particular area. The total arrests that were done in usually Botswana 137, and in Fezile Dabi 8
These arrests are for the period of 1st July and 5 August 2022. The operations and interventions led to the arrest of many foreign nationals who are linked to this, who witnessed and reduction in murder and other forms of crime in the Goldfields. The country of origin of this foreign national arrested suspect, Lesotho, is leading. Secondly is Zimbabwe. However, we must mention that this resulted in the illicit activities shifting from Welkom to Verfontein, closer to Northwest. And then they made a border among themselves as the Free State, Northwest, Gauteng, particularly the Orkney, Benoni, and Springs. Illegal miners are categorized in different levels, which are leveled. Level 1 are those who steal and process the product underground and on the surface, who sells through the runners. Level 2 and 3 are gold syndicates, which are secondary and intermediary runners. Level 4 are locally refineries, exporters, whilst level 5 are internationally gold smugglers. The outcome from the Operation Knockout, the arrests were mainly for operations of lower level tires, which are operators and runners. We are having an 88 cases and 61 under investigation, and only one is withdrawn, and the number of arrests is 146. Therefore, for us to be able to effect an arrest at a level of 4 and 5, and that we have an Operation Papaji, which was established in 2022-2021 financial year. But that operation has been terminated precisely because we are using an outside police who are not residing from those areas. So you need to accommodate them, you need to transport them, you need to make sure that they get the allowances that they are supposed to get. So it has been terminated, but now when that they are brought to assist when necessary. Operation Purpose G focus on the top 10 gold syndicate leaders who were identified through intelligence. The successes of Papaji in July 2022 were confiscated, seized of 152 ammunition, 171 explosives, 6 firearms, 23 vehicles of a value of 13.9 million. Cash seized was 1.7 million. 737 gold processing equipment items, 517 kilogram gold bearer metals. We must state that the influence of illegal miners and the syndicate leaders have a stigma on the legal mining operators and gold. Trustworthy mine workers who don't want to be associated with the end of waiting to resign from their work. Another element that we observe is that Goldfield syndicate leaders source their own area of activities, which include protectors, illegal miners, underground and on the surface, food sources, corrupt miners, workers, corrupt security officials, as well as corrupt police, members of the South African police services, including the courts. Illegal mining destroys the social fiber of mining. It often gives rise to prostitution, child labor, subsistence abuse. This has created a lucrative secondary informal syndicate market supplying commodities, including food, liquor, prostitute, among others. In conclusion, the success of the establishment of Project Knockout has yielded positive results in the province, and the multidisciplinary approach adopted by the Free State created an enabling environment for intelligence, detectives, investigations, taken down and caught ready to prosecute. Chairperson, however, since the success of Operation Knockout and Papa G, there's now an emerging trend, which is an increase in the number of kidnapping in that area of Machabeng around Velkom. Up to now, 9 cases have been reported where people are kidnapped. I know amongst them is the Chinese community where they want a ransom. They request a ransom to release a particular individual. So that's where the trend now is moving. But we are looking into that also. Also, what we have observed from both operations is that a multi-stakeholder collaboration approach has proven to be the best practice that could be emulated elsewhere. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bulwane. We will then proceed to the next presenter, MEC and Mazibuko from Gauteng.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, for the opportunity to address the House. Let me acknowledge yourself and the Deputy NCOP Chairperson and the Honorable Minister of Police, Honorable Minister of Minerals and Resources, and the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. Let me acknowledge all the members of the NCOP and all those that are also listening to our conversation today. Let me acknowledge and as Gauteng clearly reflect that we've been those that have been threatened quite widely with this challenge of illegal mining, and it continues to threaten the stability of many communities here in Gauteng. And this activity has also an adverse impact on economic development, and this largely due to distortion of the true value of the minerals. The criminal factor in another dimension to the issue of illegal mining, and it has been established through literature that illegal mining is an end result of unemployment, and illegal miners such as your Zamas, as they are commonly known, are notorious for their acts of criminality, including embedded violent killings, rape, house robberies, and amongst others, terrorizing our communities as they do their everyday work, and also they can't live happily within their households. They have to lock themselves inside the houses. And some of the residents have actually been proven that for them to be able to live happily, they have to lock themselves inside. Children can't play outside the yards at any given point in time because they're afraid that even the children might be attacked. Illegal mining activities also aggravate property-related crimes in areas where they are prevalent, and significant increases in house and business burglaries are normally recorded in areas where illegal mining activities are prevalent. It is alleged that the burglaries are perpetrated by illegal miners in their quest to acquire necessities such as food, alcohol, lighting equipment, and which are said to be very expensive underground. Many informal communities of different nationalities have made disused underground shafts their home. Illegal mining also has significant socio-economic implication, and it is critical for us as policymakers to better understand and explore possible avenues to deal with illegal mining activities countrywide. It is critical that this illegal mining matter not be viewed solely as a law enforcement matter, and this activity by its very nature has policy ramifications, since they are required to curb illegal mining activities through arrest as well as conduct investigations to ensure conviction of the suspect. Most illegal miners embark on illegal mining activities without permit or license from the Department of Mineral Resources, and have become subsistence practiced by Gauteng citizens and various nationalities. As the Gauteng provincial government, we have noted with concern the spate of rape incidences emanating from these illegal miners, notably the rape ordeal that all of us now, everyone is talking about. And these incidents must be condemned, of course, with contempt. And we are delighted that many of those perpetrators of those atrocious crimes have actually been identified, and they will face the full might of the law. What happened to women in Krugersdorp should not happen to anyone else, especially since it happened when the country was on the eve of observing Women's Month, and we believe that that was the month where we as women felt it is not correct what has actually happened, and we believe that the criminal justice system is the one that can assist us in making sure that those perpetrators are behind bars. Acts of criminality will not be tolerated in the Gauteng province. Hopefully, these arrests will serve as a deterrent to perpetrators, that they will be arrested and subjected to a criminal justice system. The illegal mining activities in the province are very risky and nerve-wracking, and the illegal miners are notorious for shootouts at any given point in time, where rival gangs in the mine shafts, such that they also put in signage that this territory belongs to so-and-so, that territory belongs to so-and-so, jalo jalo. You find others can't mine somewhere because others know it means that area belongs to so-and-so and his gang, and as a result, you find others are not allowed to actually come and mine in that area. Illegal mining value chain also comprises of groups or gangs which ensure the safety and security of illegal miners against rival groups. Additionally, the second tier typically involves various ethnic groups based on nationality. And these groups are also responsible for recruitment and provision of basic necessities such as water, food, clothing, lighting, amapenduga, and other tools that are used as illegal mining operations, including guns and explosives. I'm sure we have seen even incidences whereby quite a lot of people are also arrested. Even Minister referred to how they also found a woman up at Botswana hiding some of these bullets and these explosives. There are also syndicates or bulk buyers who are primarily responsible for establishing both local and international networks of buyers and transportation. And most importantly, their primary responsibility is to ensure that the gold or the diamonds are transported, delivered, and distributed nationally and internationally using authentic companies. The number of disused and abandoned mines shafts here in Gauteng is so high to such an extent that the police do not have enough capacity to prevent the proliferation of illegal mining due to limited and human and physical resources at their disposal. These illegal miners are heavily armed, thus making it very difficult also for police to actually police their crimes, such as in Zamimpilo. Police literally can't even go in there because also it is an informal settlement. There's no police van that can actually go in there. And many factors have also been attributed to the persistent proliferation of illegal mining in Gauteng, namely due to inadequate enforcement of mining legislation by the Department of Mineral and Resources and Energy. And one of the prerequisites for a company to acquire mining rights is technical ability and a social labor plan. However, to some extent, the department is not proactively monitoring the level of compliance. Scanty legislative framework also is one of those challenges that I believe Minister and members of Parliament that are sitting here, there's no harm in you initiating a private member's bill for you to be able to help us as provinces. Feeble crime intelligence also, it's not making its intervention to curb illegal mining, because as we know, most of the time you find police also focus in ensuring that they fight crime through Operation Ukayim Lao here in Gauteng, and we are definitely sure that as they continue working, they'll be able to be assisted. On interventions that we believe need to be done by both national and provincial government, Minister Kala has already presented on the work being done by law enforcement agencies as led by the SAPS, and as provinces we depend on police to lead the war against all crimes and criminality. Honorable House Chair and Chairperson of the NCOP, our mandate is clear. It's outlined in Section 206, subsection 3, and is limited to making recommendations to Minister, of which the Minister already spoke about them, including those that he also outlined at the Imbizo that was held over the weekend to the communities of both Westville and Kagiso. And police are committed to dealing decisively against this illegal mining, since it is a setback towards economic growth. Through the joint law enforcement operations, illegal mining activities will be monitored closely, and illegal miners, police will make sure that they get arrested. And together, I'm 100% sure we can ensure that a safer Gauteng for all its citizens might be achieved. Fighting crime, also including illegal mining, is a shared responsibility between the police, the community, and the business community. And by working together, we can create safer communities where everyone will live without any fear of being terrorized by the Zamas. Through the Okaimla operations and other joint enforcement operations, a number of arrests have been made. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, and more than 20 buyers were actually arrested. And the work of community policing forums together with the police as part and parcel of partnerships between policing and community is vital in ensuring that safer communities and dealing decisively with illegal mining activities in the province. Community policing forums are a conduit between the community and the local police station, and the CPFs are critical in that they assist the police in identifying crime hotspots and informing the police about the problem. They are also available on platform for communities to report on any information on wanted suspects such as illegal miners and illegal firearms. Active CPFs are crucial in supporting the police in ensuring that crime prevention initiatives and patrols are high, especially in those areas that are high crime areas. They are a platform for monitoring the police service delivery, and they ensure constant liaison between communities and the police to provide solutions, strengthen partnerships, and improve service deliveries. The fight against illegal miners in our country must continue without delay. All sectors of society must join the police in their efforts to eradicate the scourge of illegal mining in the province. In the presentation that was done by Minister Kwete, he indicated that the mining belt in Gauteng, Iyathusa, it starts from Springs Bekerton right up until to Merafong in Carltonville and various pockets in your West Rand and here in Johannesburg around your Crown Mines and other areas. So we cannot allow illegal miners to dictate terms to our beautiful province, and the illegal miners must be isolated and removed from our respective communities. This way, the task of building safer communities will be made easier. Let us all wage a war against illegal mining and make sure that our communities, that land that has been left by those that have already mined there, I'm 100% sure we are short of housing. We can be able to utilize that land to build more houses. Ngiyabonga kakhulu sihlalo wesihlalo NCOP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazibuko. That takes us to the next presentation, MEC JS Lehari from Northwest. Lehari. Honorable Lehari. Of course, given that Lehari seems not to be there, for whatever reason, we'll move on to Councillor J. Labati from organized local government from Salga.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself. Greetings to the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Greetings to the Chief Whip of the NCOP and all honorable members, honorable MECs and invited guests. Chairperson, there is a presentation which I hope that the officials will share with this meeting. As Salga Chair, we want to appreciate this opportunity, which in our view will allow us some space that seeks to make our own input into the broader discussion on the measures to wage a concerted battle against the topical issue of illegal mining, which to some extent brings about manifestation of criminal as well as violent activities. Chairperson, the purpose of our presentation in a nutshell, we seek to appraise this meeting on Salga's role in promoting collaborative, transversal, as well as proactive approaches against criminality, violence in our communities as affected by illegal mining. Secondly, Chair, to really emphasize on the concept of a whole of government and a whole of society partnership approach in tackling what is seen to be a complex and multifaceted challenge that faces our communities. Thirdly, Chair, to highlight the role of local government in building safer communities, and fourthly, to equally register in the discussion some of the key considerations which we think that may contribute in response to illegal mining as well as related challenges. In the background, Chair, of our presentation, we make a point that municipalities are bearing the brunt of illegal mining activities, and some of the apparent negativities of illegal mining includes, amongst others, Chair, and the meeting, destruction of surfaces and underground water through toxic contamination. And this poses a risk insofar as the supply of clean water is concerned for local government. Secondly, the illegal use of infrastructure such as water and electricity, the consequence of which, Chair, is that it equally contributes to unaccounted for and or loss of water and electricity, which is one of the major challenges that is facing local government. These activities, they also create, Chair, sinkholes that are contributing to the collapse of people's properties, roads due to unregulated digging as well as mining. In essence, Chair, municipal infrastructure tends to be undermined and abused by illegal activities, including the issue of land degradation. Land invasions are an order of the day, thus giving rise to informal settlements in order for them to be in close proximity to these illegal mining activities, to the extent of mounting pressures to municipalities to provide basic services like water, chemical toilets, and so forth. And really, there is violent criminal elements using illegal arms and attack amongst illegal miners themselves, as well as the attacks that are directed towards community members, resulting into serious injuries, Chair, rapes, as well as murder. And as we continue with our background, we should acknowledge that there has been a lack of coordinated capacity to deal with illegal mining and the heavily armed miners. And there's a need to act decisively and promptly into this particular challenge. There should be an acknowledgement also of the failure to rehabilitate timely some of the mines after closure by mining companies, coupled with the failure to enforce and lack of consequence management by the responsible departments. Illegal immigrants, Chair, are at the center of these activities, and there seems to be a demand, in our view, and that some of the law enforcement, as it was indicated earlier in the discussion, are also suspected to be collaborating with these Zamas, thus compromising the ability of the government to fight illegal mining and its associated criminal activities that are affecting our communities. And therefore, in our view, Chair, efforts to curb the threats and fear of violence, criminality, destruction have mainly been isolated. And we are of the firm view that there is a need for a coordinated, holistic, and prevention-driven approach that integrates all the spheres of government, national, provincial, as well as local government, inclusive of the civil society and the business community. Chairperson, we do also appreciate that there is an existence of legislative and policy framework around the issue of community safety. And one will not dwell much, safe to say that the Constitution itself, the White Paper on Safety and Community, the Integrated Development Plan, are some of the frameworks that are available. And the common themes that can be derived from these legislative and policy frameworks are that law enforcement, Chair, and operations of criminal justice system alone, in our view, are not adequate to address the high rates of criminal as well as violent activities in the country, inclusive of illegal mining. And that efforts at prevention needs to focus also on the victims themselves and the potential victims. That activities aimed at preventing crime needs also to address the fear of crime itself and of course, calling for community participation, which should be at the core of the response. I would not really dwell much on the white paper, as well as the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. Safe to give context to say that, they seek to build safe and resilient communities by ensuring safety of all as a basis for improved quality of life as envisaged in the National Development Plan. And of course, the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy operationalizes and recognizes that safety is not the responsibility of the police alone, and advocates for a whole government and a whole society integrated approach to deal with the issue of crime and violence prevention. In this regard, Chair, all relevant structures should be coordinated as part of the whole government and the whole society approach. And what do we mean, Chair, about the whole government approach and the whole society? We are simply saying that community safety cannot be delivered by one sphere, as I've indicated. Therefore, a whole government approach is required. Secondly, that there should be collaboration with non-state actors in order to expand into a whole society approach. Thirdly, is that we must emphasize the interdependency and interrelated nature of government. In that, Chair, one, we provide a comprehensive approach and mechanism for an integrated response to crime and violence prevention, that local government itself should play part in rolling out crime and violence prevention intervention at a local government sphere, and that the responsibility of local government of providing safety and security as well as dealing with crime and violence prevention is derived from the key legislation and the policy framework as mentioned. In terms of the integrated approach, we are just touching on three aspects. That firstly, we must have a holistic view of security, of safety and security. Secondly, is that the implementation strategies, Chair, must seem to be working. And thirdly, is that at the center of everything, we should enable a platform that facilitates community participation and meaningful community involvement in dealing with this challenge. And we therefore call for a partnership approach by all the stakeholders as a way of ensuring integrated and transversal approach. If we can move to the next slide. And what we are saying in essence, Chair, the next slide, what we are saying in essence, Chair, on the integrated and transversal approach is that there must be tighter regulation of mining activities and environmental aspects. Secondly, is that there should be effective, honest, and sustainable law enforcement and response to criminal activities and violence, and that community-centered and participatory process to develop localized solutions should also be prioritized. And fourthly, that we should take into account the most vulnerable members of the community, such as women, youth, children, as well as people with disability. So in essence, we are calling for an establishment of an integrated, transversal, and more so proactive intervention to deal with the issue of violence and criminal activities that are also linked with illegal mining. Moving to the next slide, Chair, I will not dwell much on it because I have touched on the aspect that calls for a coordinated approach. And I will then move to key consideration and recommendation as part of our closing remark. Now, as SALGA, we are saying South Africa has a strong and coherent policy framework on community safety, Chair, but there is a need for improved coordination regarding the implementation effort. We're also saying partnership based on all of government and all of society approach are required to tackle the complexities of criminality, violence, and destruction of local government infrastructure. That we must embark on consistent joint operation, we agree, and law enforcement visibility until the problem is contained. And that local government has an important role to play, as I have indicated, in driving a community safety agenda, especially through the coordination and strategic partnership. The participatory and community-centered approaches, in our view, they are key as part of the response. And we equally call for effective intelligence, which must enable us to deter and really catch the criminal cartels around the illegal mining. We must proactively identify and protect all the areas that are seen to be susceptible to illegal mining, equally foster a collaborative attitude in cracking down on illegal mining as well as related activities. And the last key consideration, or rather recommendation, is that there should be a close monitoring of artisanal as well as small-scale miners, much as we give a formal approval, but a close monitoring will assist us to ensure that their activities are not giving rise to any form of illegal mining. So thank you very much for giving us as SALGA an opportunity to express our input on this important topic. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zabati. You spoke like a real councillor. Issues are very, very clearly articulated and so on. Much appreciated. Can we go back to Honorable J.S. Lihari? Lihari, gone. Thank you very much. We're now open for questions and executive responses. Let's start with the questions. Any questions? Please raise your hand. I see Ryder there. Let's start with Ryder. Ryder?
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you very much, Chair. That came on me a little bit sooner than I anticipated. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. My question really goes to MEC Mazibuko, who obviously represents my province. And, you know, I think that we're all in agreement that one of the issues that has come up across the themes here is the inadequate numbers of police to deal with the crime. I think even Minister Taylor has spoken about it. And I tried your name properly, Minister, but yeah, for the number of times I've been called Raider in this house, yeah, anyway, it was a strange response from you today, sir. MEC, the population of Gauteng, as a result of in-migration and in addition to which just normal organic growth of the population, is growing at close to 4%. It's about 3.8% per annum for the last at least 5 years. Now, at a quick count, MEC, there are 143 stations currently operating in Gauteng, and you know those are already inadequate to deal with the issues that we have. With the population growth that we currently experiencing, that means that we should be opening about 6 new stations each year. Now, I know that you've just opened the Everton West station near Beverly Hills recently, after a 2-year delay where the station stood empty, inexplicably. But MEC, you've been the MEC for 12 years. That means there should have been about 72 stations, 72 new police stations opened up in the time that you've been the MEC for public safety in Gauteng. MEC, how many ribbons have you cut opening new stations? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Any other comment before we revert back to the presenters?
Chair, perhaps I can just then also acknowledge the presentation from SALGA. If there's no one else going to do it, I think it was a very coherent and, as you said, a very good presentation. Well done, Salga.
Any other comment?
Chairperson, it's Nsube here.
Nsube, yes.
Thanks, Chairperson of the Council. Let's welcome and appreciate the presentations before us, Chair. Mine is not a question, Chairperson. It's just a comment. There is a saying that we should not clap hands for fish for swimming, Chairperson, but where good work is done, we should appreciate, Chairperson. I just want to say that to the MEC of Ntate Bulwan of Free State, that while we appreciate the good work being done in the Free State, but there is more to be done, Chairperson, because as things changes, it's more they stay the same. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Any other comment? There's Tango from Gauteng.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you very much. I think when the MEC from Gauteng comments, should take the bigger picture into account, that the flood of people into Gauteng is not only a question of police stations, that a investigation and maybe scenario sketching should be done for the entire flow in of people, because it's happening continuously, particularly in the south of Johannesburg. It needs a larger answer than just police stations. It needs
Chairperson, on a point of order.
National and local governments to come together, harmonize.
Just a minute. Ryder, what's your point of order?
Chairperson, I'm not sure if Mr. Dango feels that the MEC needs to be protected, but my question was directed to the MEC, not to Mr. Dango. I think that specifically it relates to the topic at hand and not the bigger issue of the influx of people.
Please.
We agree there's many other needs.
Spare us the pain. Honorable Dango, please proceed.
I am not protecting the MEC. In fact, I'm trying to contextualize the question and the position within the area. And Chairperson, you did ask for comments and questions, and I'm not asking, and I didn't ask a question, I'm making a comment. I'm saying that national, provincial, and local government, all three spheres need to come together to look at the inflow of people into Gauteng, the consequences thereof, and how this can be addressed. There's no army that's going to move the 1.5 million people that are there. What are the solutions? New towns, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? I see Liara's hand there. MEC Liara, can you give us a summary before we move on? MEC J.S. Lihari, Northwest.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Please proceed.
And my apology. Let me save time. My apology. I was struggling, but let me summarize.
Please proceed.
I think, yes, just to save time, greetings to all ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, Salga in the meeting, and Chairperson of Oversight Committee. The mostly affected district in Northwest in of illegal illicit mining is and Dr. Rufus Party. Dr. KK district is mostly mining gold. Ujanala, chromite, platinum, and gold in Amalia. The modus operandi for illegal mining remains the same as elsewhere in the country. Illegal dealers, refiners, and smelters remain the market for the illegal miners. The Lesotho nationals are mostly involved in illicit mining activities in this area or areas. Hotspot shaft at Fall Reefs, Lawrence Park ventilation shaft, as well as shaft number 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and the N open space situated near Lorenzostadt Road called Femfeld. Other hotspots in the area include closed mine shaft at Artis and Fall Reefs. The deployment of Sapps personnel is inclusive of different competencies that include the National Intervention Unit, the NIU, TRT, K9, Rapid Rail Police Unit, the RRPU, the DPCI, the Hawks, Crime Combating Unit, and the Forensics. On a monthly basis, the Mine Crime Combating Forum meeting is being held, and it is chaired by the District Commissioner. The role players include the mining community, the Prof Joins has been activated in order to ensure that the Sapps combat approach is supported by the multi-sectoral crime prevention approach involving Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, Municipality, Minerals Council of South Africa, South African National Defence Force, the Immigration and Border Management Agency of Home Affairs, the NPA, and the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. As is displayed in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, 69 illegal immigrants have been arrested. 128 individuals arrested for theft, 166 for illegal mining and trespassing, 96 for possession of unlicensed firearms and ammunition, and 4 for murder. In total, 571 people have been arrested for variety of offenses. Just to save time, in Botswana district, 55 have been arrested for contraventions that include possession of explosive devices. In Botswana district, 55 in Botswana district.
On and speak to the mic.
Chair, on a point of order.
Yes, what's the point of order, Mkos?
We are being undermined here. We are honestly being undermined. Number one, the presenter presents on a moving car. Number two is just mumbling and fumbling. So can we just get a presenter to tell us what he wants to say and not undermine us like this?
We have asked the presenter to please try and summarize.
No, he's not summarizing. He's trying to do something else there.
Yeah, let's see how far we go in the next 2 minutes.
No, I'm not moving.
Please proceed.
Yes. And And I also
in Botswana, as I conclude, district.
Proceed and conclude, yeah.
These ANC deployees are undermining us now.
Chairperson, can I raise a view?
Yes,
yeah, can we request the presenter to forward the presentation for consideration as part of the package of the discussion? Because there are difficulties really
that may be the
for the flow of the
solution.
presentation. Thanks.
That may be the solution. Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
so I will do that. I will send the report. I'll do that.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Let's proceed then to the responses. We'll start with the Free State. Honorable Bulwana.
Thank you very much, Chair. We acknowledge the comment made by a member, and then we are committing that we'll continue to do the good work. Men and women in blue, they will continue working with the communities around the areas where they operate. But we are promising that we'll climb on this. We won't even leave it to escalate it to what it is. It wants to portray the country as ungovernable to these issues of Zamas. So we are going to attend to it, and then we are looking into it, and then we are closing the net in the Free State. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And thanks for the comment.
Honorable Mazibugo, a question was raised by, the comment was raised by Dango, but there was a question from Honorable Ryder. Honorable Mazibugo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. Let me also acknowledge the MECs and Salga and members of the House. Let's appreciate the question from Honorable Member Ryder. In responding to him, Chairperson of the NCOP, in fact, in Gauteng, we now have 144 police stations. And that police station that was in Everton West, it was a replacement of the old police station of Everton that was popularly known as Mapatane. So it's not necessarily a new station, but just a relocation of the station because it was now dilapidated and it was not habitable even for police to keep their files or to be able to attend to complaints. On the issue of police stations, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, they are built by National Public Works. So the Minister of Police, of course, in consultation with the various provincial commissioners, they identify as per the submission that has been made on the police stations that need to be built and where are they supposed to be built. So that competency is the competency of national. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, it is not the provincial competency. But of course, and Mina, I have not been an MEC for 12 years, if I have to correct that. I became an MEC for community safety in 2010 until 2014, was it 2015? Yes. And reappointed now in 2019 to date. So if you count those years, that's not 12 years, Honorable Ryder. Thank you for explaining. Maybe I may be considered to be an MEC again. On the issue of resources that we also, as the provincial government, do try to assist, we can't forever be holding the police accountable, even in their cries. Bakhala ngeimoto, bakhala ngamaphoyisa, Honorable House Chair. That also now is responding to Honorable Dango's question. To say we've got communities that are expanding now in the South, because the South now, many people and communities are actually moving there. So as the provincial government through the Premier's Budget Council, so that is the structure that actually approves resources. We took a decision as the provincial government to, one, build a command center where all the integrated law enforcement officers will be able to be assisted and they are technology linked, whether Yama Security is the police, is the National Traffic Police, is Gauteng Police, is the JMPD and local municipalities, so that then through that, it's able to monitor the whole of the province. Of course, municipalities do have their own CCTV cameras, which we believe if we work with them and agree with them, they'll also make sure that technology is linked to that. Recently, I'm sure that you heard even Sandra speaking of utilizing these Amatol, those cameras that exist there, because they're able also to assist in the fight against crime. They're able to pick up the registration number of the car, they're able to pick up the disc, they're able to do everything, including violations that are actually happening on the road. But over and above, we as the Gauteng provincial government, we procured 100 BMWs and handed them over to the SAPS. That is why if you travel here in Gauteng, our freeways and the local roads are actually monitored by those cars. And over and above, we also procured 22 cars that we gave to the FCS specifically for gender-based violence, so that they attend to cases of GBV. We also procured 12 mobile police stations. These are police stations that are able to move around. Whereas they are linked to those police stations, your Pinoni, your Kagiso, because now of the expanding areas within our area. So we find that mobile police station gets allocated to that station, and they deploy that mobile police station as per the hotspot areas that they have within their policing precinct. But over and above, they assist people so that they are not able to walk long distances for them to actually go to the nearest police station. We also are opening green doors to be able to assist victims of GBV to have access where they're actually kept or for not more than 4 hours, whilst they have called the police for them to actually come and assist them. This year, in this financial year, Honorable House Chairperson of the NCOP, we will be handing over 55 vans to the SAPS. That's as far we are able to assist the SAPS, so that then, where there are challenges of resources and shortage of resources, we are able to respond also as the provincial government. I believe through the force multiplier that we have here in Gauteng, we've got metros, we've got SAPS, we've got Gauteng Traffic, we've got NTP, we'll be able to, and the security companies that also exist, will be able to work hand in glove in order to fight a crime within our areas, especially in illegal mining, where we've seen quite a lot of them have actually responded. I'm 100% sure if we work together, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, we will be able to make Gauteng a safer place for its citizens. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I'm sure that deals with the issues. Honorable Labati, do you want to make a comment, last word, before we hand over to the Chief Whip?
No, nothing much, Chair. It's safe to say that as SALGA, we appreciate the opportunity and we hope that our input will be taken into consideration as part of the broader response. There was no really specific question posed unto us. We just want to take the opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Honorable members, we now come to the closing remarks of the Chief Whip of the NCOP. Honorable Muhai.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, Amos Masondo, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Lucas, House Chairpersons of the NCOP, Honorable Minister of Minerals and Energy, Gwede Mantash, Honorable Minister of Police, General Beki Tsele, and the Honorable Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Nzuza, distinguished special delegates, honorable members, and also appreciating members of the media houses. Surely we will agree that the issue of illegal mining in South Africa is one of the emotive issues in our public discourse, given the atrocities meted out to communities by illegal miners. The events of the recent past in Krugersdorp is not an isolated issue, but a culmination of criminality that the people in Northwest mining towns of Orkney and other towns, as also being highlighted in other provinces, have been exposed to. This is the involvement of illegal foreign nationals, militarized operations of Zamas, and the high unemployment levels make the anger of our people understandable. There is no doubt with the data from South African Police and Home Affairs, this situates the problem into three categories that continue to bother our people. First, the high levels of crime and lawlessness, the challenge of immigration in South Africa, and the capacity of our community to work with police to address lawlessness and crime. We welcome the intervention by the Department of Minerals and Energy in the closing unused mines, rehabilitation of mines, and other interventions. The ongoing efforts of the police to clamp down on illegal mining, and the efforts by Home Affairs to address the challenges of illegal immigration in our country. Honorable ministers and members, there is no doubt that policing approach to illegal mining is not sustainable, as the issue requires multidisciplinary approach and fundamental policy review. The establishment, resourcing, and capacitation of the special task team on illegal mining will go a long way in addressing the illegal mining in South Africa. Critical to this policy review is how to ensure that mining companies take responsibility for post-mining, like the closure of holes of unused mines, maintenance of security, and rehabilitation of those mines. Minister Mantashe would be aware that in Velkom, in the Free State recently, together with the Deputy Minister, Dr. Nkawani, we started a process of community engagement together with the mining houses and department to devise innovative ways of economic use of derelict mines. It is our view that the involvement of communities, together with the state and private sector stakeholders, will go a long way in addressing this challenge. Honorable ministers, going forward from here, the relevant committees of the relevant committees will design appropriate oversight actions, plans to monitor the impact of these interventions. But also NCOP committees will look into the immediate and the medium-term interventions, and as such, further interactions will be undertaken with the relevant departments. Honorable Minister, it will indeed be appreciated if your plans reflect an integrated sector plan that includes collaboration with mining houses and other key sectors of the civil society. Whilst the assurance by Minister of Police to unearth and expose real forces behind the criminal syndicate of illegal mining, it will be appreciated that more work is done to rid the police and Home Affairs of rogue elements who are collaborating with these syndicates. The ministers did put us at ease that there are some bad apples within the system. However, there are many good South Africans who abide by the code of ethics as required. The ease with which the Zamas operate clearly shows that they have their eyes and ears within the system. To reassure the communities, it is indeed critical that communities are encouraged to come forward and report allegations of criminality, collusion, and activities of some police officers. Ministers and honorable members, greater enhanced collaboration with the affected SADC countries is not only a necessity, but indispensable for the success of clamping down of illegal mining and illegal immigration. According to General of the Mountain Kingdom, Lesotho Defense Force, in recent live television speech, they have identified the involvement of both active former members of Lesotho Defense Force in South Africa's illegal mining activities. This poses national security threat to our country, and thus what ministers have reflected indeed requires that they act and act much more urgently to thwart these attempts. Honorable Chairperson, the provinces and local sphere of government have a critical role to play in fight against illegal mining and criminality associated with it, both from the point of view of mobilizing communities, safety and security, and regulatory interventions. Key to this is forging robust collaboration between communities, the police and other sector departments, and mining communities. And thus, we appreciate the input of MEC Free State, MEC Bulwane, MEC Gauteng, MEC Faith Mazibuko, and MEC Lehare. Of course, although we experienced technical glitches, we do appreciate as well the input by SALGA, which clearly points out the interlinkages, collaboration among spheres of government, and how important to identify areas of intervention within the communities. We also need inter-provincial collaboration as the main provinces affected by illegal mining share borders. That's in many respects, we know how our provinces are situated. Free State, Northwest, Gauteng, Northwest, Free State, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and Free State, Mpumalanga. And that's a reality in terms of even the flow of people around those provinces. Chairperson, this made more compelling in the light of character of illegal mining as a moving target. On this note, allow me to thank the ministers, Minister Mantashe and Minister Tsele and the Deputy Minister Nzuza, as well as appreciate their participation on the provincial voices by MEC Free State, MEC Gauteng, and MEC Northwest, as well as SALGA. We also welcome and appreciate special delegates and honorable members for your thoughtful engagement on the critical issues facing our people. We dare not fail in our collective effort. Thank you the most. Valuable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. As the Chief Whip has indicated, we like to thank everybody who's participated, including the ministers, the deputy minister, the MECs, as well as SALGA. So thank you very much. And on that note, we close the meeting. So at this point, the meeting is declared closed or adjourned. Thank you very much.
for Sater. Maribong, Chairperson.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Malbon, Chairperson. Malbon.
Yes, Siyabulela.